friends, we will soon begin our inaugural session, which is titled as Maharashtra's Trillion-Dollar Vision, Harnessing Reputation for Economic Transformation. We have the opening address being given by Mr. Sitaram Kunte. So Mr. Sitaram Kunte, Chairman of IOD Western Region since 2023 and former Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, has served in top state departments like Finance, Education and Home.
Dignitaries on the dais, Chief Guest for the day, Shri P. Velarasu, Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. Guest of Honor, Shri V. S. Sundaresan, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Guest of Honor, Ms. Kamla K., Chief Regulatory Officer, Bombay Stock Exchange. Guest of Honor, Shri Prashant Narnavre, IAS, Secretary to Governor of Maharashtra. And Guest of Honor, Mr. Neeraj Jha, Founder and Managing Director, Neeraj Jha Brand and Reputational Advisory, and former Group President and Chief Communication Officer of Bajaj Group, Airtel Limited, HDFC Bank, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this pivotal conference on governance and growth through reputation, insights from Maharashtra. In an era where reputation stands as a cornerstone of sustainable development, our gathering today underscores the critical intersection of governance, economic growth, and the intangible yet invaluable asset of reputation. Maharashtra, a state synonymous with industrial prowess and cultural richness, serves as a fitting backdrop for our discussions today. Its journey reflects a tapestry woven with threads of innovation, resilience, and a commitment to excellence. As we delve into the nuances of reputation and its multifaceted impact, we recognize that it is not merely a reflection of past actions, but a beacon guiding future endeavors. Institute of Directors plays a seminal role in this narrative.
It is more of an accident of prudence that destiny provided us with a history that Mumbai being the financial center, almost 200 years of its existence and growth. When India got independent in 1947, we had 4 big financial centers, Mumbai being one. However, as years passed, our policymakers, including the policymakers of erstwhile Bombay State and then Maharashtra after 1960, made sure that Mumbai remains on the forefront of the economic map of India, and today, not only India, but the globe. Mumbai is aspiring to become international financial center. There are many hurdles, but however, I feel that day is not far, that in the Amrit Kal envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister, Mumbai will surely become a global financial center. However, Maharashtra is not just Mumbai. In last 70 years, we saw growth in different cities of Maharashtra. Mumbai, with the automobile hub, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Nasik, Nagpur, and many more cities. Mumbai today is one of the most urbanized and industrialized state. And therefore, recently, when we saw that Mr. Velarasu was also there, and he is one of the architects of bringing more than 15 lakh crore of investment in Maharashtra under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis ji. It is all because of the great reputation we had, and therefore I feel today IOD have taken up an agenda which is very real.
I'm truly delighted and deeply vindicated to be speaking today on a subject that's very close to my heart. Reputation. And my heartfelt thanks to the Institute of Directors for their foresight in embracing this theme, governance and growth through reputation, insights from Maharashtra. To my mind, this is the first conclave of this scale and seriousness on reputation that I've witnessed. So I actually, feel vindicated today. A big thank you again to IOD for doing this. We couldn't have asked for a better, more perfect setting than Maharashtra. Look at the combination, Maharashtra, Mumbai, and Bombay Stock Exchange. I'll spend a few words on each. Now, each of these names stands tall, and together they form the perfect backdrop for today's conversation on reputation. A word about the BSE. It's not only the Asia's oldest stock exchange, it's an embodiment of India's financial credibility and institutional trust. Its legacy, scale, and transparency make it the cornerstone of capital formation and investor confidence in the country. Maharashtra has the highest gross state DP, which is the domestic product in India, 50 lakh crore. It's also got the highest per capita GDP. There are many firsts that, Maharashtra can be credited with. It doesn't happen by chance. It's not by accident. You need a culture. You need a culture to be doing this time and again, to be welcoming to people, to be rewarding them, to be fair to them. All these things have worked in favor of Maharashtra, and other states hopefully are emulating, and they will do well to emulate. So closing thoughts, reputation is not image. It's what people say about you after knowing you for years. Mumbai and Maharashtra have earned theirs, and it's time we made reputation central to governance and growth, just like they have.
It is indeed a pleasurable moment for me to be, part of this program, because BSE at this juncture is celebrating its 150th year, and what better place to talk about governance than this location. I'm not saying that because I'm currently associated with BSE, but any institution that lasts for 150 years has gone through multiple cycles and has been through it and has still continued to serve the purpose. And a big clap to all people who have made BSE survive 150 years. So governance is one piece, growth is another piece, insight is third piece. So what can governance do to organizations? We can go on counting organizations which had good governance and survived. Products have changed, people have changed, processes have changed, the environment has changed. But still there is something common thread which has still helped the organization stay on. That fabric can be called as governance. People in the management who have ensured that there is a proper value system, fair decision making, and care for all the stakeholders is the thread that has bound an organization. There are examples on the other side also. If you look at in last 2 decades, which are the institutions which have gone crumbling, which have really lost their foot, which have damaged their reputation, and they have not been so well living, that also is attributable to governance. This is the reverse side of governance. That is, what were the practices that was not good, which led to the downfall of an organization. So governance, therefore, can make or break an organization. As long as the governance ensures that organizations are fit for the purpose for the society they are serving in, they will continue to exist irrespective of the waves of change that crosses through the life cycle of an organization. Second piece is the growth. Governance is the foundation, then comes the growth. Growth of any economy, growth of any business depends on, firstly, the governance, secondly, your adaptability to environment, being in line with what the society is demanding at this juncture, your creativity, your innovation, your capability to be efficient in production, your capability to distribute and market it well, and your capability to service the customer. These are all, irrespective of the sector that we represent, all of this will ensure that growth comes to organizations. And we are in right position to reflect on from Maharashtra perspective. Just I was doing number crunching and I found Maharashtra's economic growth is scheduled to be 7.3%, which is outpacing the nation's target of 6.5%. So what has gone well for Maharashtra? Let us reflect. Is it all our good things that we did, that is why we are ahead? No. Firstly, nature has been kind to Maharashtra because we have a sea, port, etc., which sowed the seed of Maharashtra and Mumbai in particular to be the hub of economic activity. First signs of exports, imports happened because nature had blessed us with a port and with the sea, around which we could build infrastructure on port, export, import, etc. Nurturing these people to look at issues from a broader perspective, not look at it from a self-centered, what is in it for me, can I mobilize money and run away, how do I strengthen the foundation and value system so that they are able to see big picture, they are more, nation-loving and they want to contribute to the nation. Nobody is saying they should not earn. But at the same time, you cannot say, I want money at any cost and do wrong things. Wrong governance can crash the organizations. So how do we give that right value system? How do we lend management expertise to these upcoming people? And we are also in today a digital and a technology era. Erstwhile era, people built reputation brick by brick and were able to sustain. Today, how much ever effort you have taken in building your reputation, somebody can, at click of a button, ruin your reputation in no time at all. That means what? In the world of social media, if I still need to be agile, if I still need to protect my reputation, old strategies will not be working anymore. So what is that we do? I think earlier a speaker did say that reputation management is not an overnight exercise. It is a hard-built thing. If I've done 100 good things, suddenly something comes up in social media, people should ask themselves, is it true about this company? That means you should have done many more things nicely to get to that level. And of course, how to cope with that kind of reputational issues that come is all issues for grapple. And newer age technology, newer thinking, and newer ways of looking at various issues. And for everything, all of you must have heard by now, there is no session that goes without talking about AI, ML, correct? Everybody is talking about it. But from the industry, AI, ML definitely serve the purpose. I'm not against AI, ML. I'm also for it and I want it to be deployed. But the question is, if everything is mechanical and people don't know why we are doing what we are doing, then everything is mechanical, then are we saying people are not required? No. AI, ML is still there to serve me, but I have to logically think what needs to be done and what is that I need to get to. So if, people fundamentally forget the basics and the domain and domain expertise and try to use AI, ML, it will also prove very costly. So how do we retain the dominance of the domain at the same time use technology for efficiency is a fine balance.
Reputation is collateral. All those business people sitting here will know that Goodwill is not reflected in the balance sheet of any company. But if the goodwill is present or absent, will be known when they go and access the bond market or the capital market to raise money. So, reputation basically decides the access, the pricing, and the tenure, the longevity or the duration of the capital or the debt which somebody wants to raise. So, how do we get this reputation earned, sustained over a period of time? So the topic which reads governance and growth through reputation. One leads to the other. If one is deficient, the other two are likely to be absent. I just want to say that as a regulator of securities market, we have always put trust or the reputation as the primary goal in the capital market. We have always ensured that reputation is not a derivative of success. It is the primary currency for the capital market to sustain. Why reputation is more important today as compared to what few years back? Today, India is undergoing one of the fastest financial democratizations in the world. And of course, Maharashtra is a very important player in that. We have over 140 million Demat accounts holders in this country. Of course, compared to the number of taxpayers, the number may be small. But the growth of people coming to the capital market as an investor, transforming from being a saver to an investor is phenomenal. The Demat account was close to 1 crore, maybe about 15 years back. In the last 5 years, post-COVID, it's almost doubling every 2 years. That shows the capital market has been built in a very transparent and trustworthy manner, and that is why more investors are coming. And today, retail investors are in the market to the extent of almost 45%. There was a time when the foreign portfolio investors withdraw money from the Indian capital market. There was always a problem of fear, and the market will go down. But today we have an excellent countervailing force in the form of retail investors as well as Indian institutional investors.
Reputation always comes with a cultural construct. Reputation is actually a derivative. What is reputation? If you ask different country people from different cultural contexts, they will define reputations differently. So, being an Oriental person from Asia perspective, reputation is not even 20 years. From the place where I was brought up, they say it is a 7-generation thing. So whatever your great-great-great-grandfather did, that is going to affect you. So in other ways, they tell, you are not what you are because what they have done over the last 7 generations. They don't tally the account there only. Then they say, whatever you are going to do, it is going to affect another 7 generations. This kind of complex accounting I have not seen anywhere else. Yeah. So reputation is a derivative. What is the underlying rock of reputation? If you see Bhagavad Gita, everywhere you see all the things about whether you are doing the good or bad, good or evil. So reputation is derivative, later it comes. The underlying thought process should be, are we doing the good thing? So even Bhagavad Gita, the famous quote is, you do your job without expecting the fruits, and you are not doing it actually. It is, I am doing it through you. That is a concept. So you have to do the righteous thing. So you have to play your part. Whether it is the chief secretary, whether it is the chief minister,
whether it's the chairman of the company, whether it is a CEO of the company, whether it's a board of directors, you are supposed to play your part perfectly. And the next thing is, wherever many people fail to do that, then major shakeups happen. In the modern thing, the companies go bust, the economy can tank. So in Bhagavad Gita, they say is whenever there is decline of righteousness and increase in unrighteousness, I come into existence. This is the word he says. So whenever we don't follow this good principle, good practices, then all these changes happen, right? So the reputation, like he pointed out, it is built very difficult, in a difficult way over a period of time. The government side, he has spoken about the corporate side. The government side reputations are very important to be built. I am always a fan of the Singapore, the previous Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. We get a lot of hard lessons from him. So even though our political systems are not strictly comparable, but if you see, he always says, even if you put me when I am gravely ill, even if you lower me in my grave, then I come to know something wrong happens, then I will get up. So this is his words. Whenever something not correct happens, I'll get up. I think for a reputation, you need leaders of such nature in abundant quantity. I think we should not have only some small number of random leaders, then majority of them on the other side taking all opportunities to spoil the system. Then we can't have a reputation. So to have a reputation, the country to progress, all levels of leaders, I am not talking only about political leaders, I am talking about corporate leaders, I am talking about bureaucracy, I am talking about industry, cutting across all levels, we should have that kind of leaders who have their values strongly having foundation in ethics. So when I studied a course in UC Berkeley, the toughest course was the course on ethics. All these case studies, there is never a right answer, wrong answer. These formats are not like the MBA case studies where you always come out with the Excel sheet, finally you find out. So no, the ethics always give you very challenging things. In governance, we take decisions. I am not saying in 20 years, I have taken many decisions where it is 60% correct, 40% wrong. 70% correct, 30% wrong. Why we take these decisions? Because given the set of constraints, what decision you take, how it increases the welfare of everybody. That is a thing we have to think about it. So how it affects the public, how it affects the industry. So these are the decisions. There is no clear black and white kind of decisions. It's all complex. Unless you don't have a proper grounding, what you are doing, you can always make mistakes. You will always benefit somebody. These mistakes will happen. Now, coming back to Maharashtra, I think Madam correctly pointed out, we are leaders in the economy in India, not because we have been exceptionally good in terms of human resources, that is one of the factors, but mainly because we have the nature endowed us with a great port, great location, and then it attracts lots of people to the city. So all the talents congregate here. Then because of that, we are already close to 0.3 trillion of economy. Our ambition is to become a 1.5 trillion economy in the near future. The government's ambition is to become that. To achieve this, it is not going to be easy because as all management people, you know, when you are at the low base, the growth rate can be very impressive. It's very quick. But once you reach a robust size, maintaining that growth rate is very difficult. That's why all the Western countries have the growth rate very less. They don't run at 9% growth rate or 8% growth rate because they already reached that maximum. Even them, the 4% growth rate is pretty good. Now we talk about, we are above average India, we are about 7.3% growth rate, so we pat our shoulders. That also tells you there is so much scope for improvement. So you can grow a lot. To grow a lot, you have to have all the systems in place. Like he correctly pointed out, there has to be a good policy. There has to be assurance that there will be a policy consistency. We can't randomly change the policies. Then the implementing agency, whether the government or all other agencies, they will implement in spirit. Then there is good policy making, good decisions on the corporate level, at the business level, at the industry level, and everything converges and takes us towards that 1 trillion goal. Anywhere, anything, something goes wrong, then we will be falling short. So I think so, it has to be a collective effort. All of us have to work together. Only if you work together, we'll reach that goal. You have the presentation? Just run it. So to achieve this end, the government, the reputation, the government has been doing a lot of things. Like you said, the Davos also, he pointed out, because the government had the reputation, the CM had the reputation, within that 3 days, we could sign MOAs worth roughly 16 lakh crores, which is a history. So that is the kind of reputation Maharashtra has. But I have to say this because Maharashtra has been a leader, but it should not become like a hare and tortoise story because other states are fast catching up. We have to be aware of that. So UP is catching up, MP is catching up, Gujarat is ahead, Tamil Nadu is there. There are many states catching up. So now it is time. We are already a very efficient state. That's why we are here. That's why we are here. We are consistently attracting FDI to the extent of 31% of country's average. We still have a grand reputation. People come, people like it. Mumbai means, like he pointed out, Mumbai has a different respect when you go internationally. Probably this is one of the 2 cities people recognize outside, Delhi and Mumbai, right? So you have that reputation. But whether it is sufficient in the future, that we have to think about it. We have to do a lot of marginal improvements. We have to work more towards the goal. So he talked about policy consistency and certainty. So government has come out with the various, because I represent industry, I am showing the policies of the industry. We have come out consistently the different policies and we don't frequently change them. For example, industrial policy 2019, whatever you announce, we consistently pursue it. So there is a consistency. People know what is there for them. Show next slide. So the GDP projection, this is where we want to reach, 1.5 trillion. So that involves creating total employment, so many new employments, so many new jobs, and investment, private sector investment. We need at least $135 billion private sector investment by 2030. This all will happen provided this environment is good. There is a trust with each other. The people should have trust with the government. People should have trust with the institutions. And the government and institutions should have trust with the private sector. So the trust deficit should be totally removed. Then only we can achieve these kind of figures. Otherwise, these figures will remain only in PowerPoint. Next. So this is about how we are doing a lot of infrastructure projects to maintain our reputation, because we want to have Mumbai as a world-class city. So we do a lot of these things, a lot of these projects, infrastructure projects. Then we have, go to next slide. Maybe next slide. Yeah. This corridor, Samruddhi corridor, is very important. This is another aspect of the reputation and trust. See, the government is for everybody. That is another aspect we should understand. Government is not only for Mumbai. Government is not only for MMR. Even though government's major revenue comes out of only MMR. Maybe our 30-40% of government's money comes from only MMR. But the government represents everybody. So government is doing all these roads. Maybe it's a 40,000 crore road. But we are collecting all the Nagpur, Vidarbha, this is running across till Nagpur. Why we are doing this? Because we want to have that trust in the people. Government is working for all. It is not only the well-to-do people. Next. This is future how it is going to be. Right. Now we have only Samruddhi corridor. So there will be north side, there will be another corridor. There will be Shaktipit Express which is going to all the way to Goa. If you see why we are doing all this crisscrossing, so that the growth story, which Maharashtra is famous for, the fruits of that growth story goes to all regions. It goes to Marathwada, it goes to Usmanabad, it goes to Washim, all those backward areas, this fruit should be carried. So we want to have that kind of reputation. That's why government is planning all these things. If you want to see whether the project beyond some point, whether the ROI is good, return of investment is good, probably not. It doesn't make financially any sense. But why it makes sense for us is because of reputation. People believe, people vote for the government, so we have to give these benefits to all the people. That's why we do this. This all will happen in another 5 to 6 years of time. Next. Now, how you achieve the $1 trillion economy, there are different pillars, different areas where we have to work. One is a global service hub, affordable housing. Even you read about 35 lakhs houses, we have recently announced. Tourism, recreation hubs. Next. Then manufacturing logistic hub, planned cities, TOD. So we have the blueprint ready, we are going to work. But it's all blueprint unless the private sector is going to come in a big way with their investment. This might not happen. So that consultative process will happen. Next. Good. So the consultative process will happen. No doubt today Maharashtra, Gujarat, maybe Tamil Nadu, we are in the top situation in the country. But to maintain the reputation of Maharashtra as a leading industrial state and a very good state with a great quality of life to live in, we have to work a lot more. The companies have to think about it and focus on how to maintain the reputation and bring it to the next level. All the management concepts, whether it is Six Sigma or quality control, everything is ultimately focused on reputation, and indirectly at the bottom of it, it's about quality, the goodness. So I think everybody has to work towards this concept, whatever your role is, whether you are a director, you are a peon, you are a clerk, you are just a system operator, or you are the CM of the state, you are a minister of the state. Everybody has a role. Like Bhagavad Gita says, everybody has to play their part. If all of us collectively play this part together towards the common objective, I think we will reach it. With these words, I conclude. Thank you.
With the next session. So the second session is titled Reputation Championed by Trust, Financial Institutions and Regulators. So we'll be exploring how integrity and leadership shape trusted financial ecosystems. So the moderator for this session will be Mr. Gautam Thakur.
Thank you. There's some serious double hatting here. A conflict of interest, I must say. I am supposed to be a panel member, but then the moderator is not here, so I am doing his role too. And so for starters, I would like to ask the panel to share their thoughts on the topic at hand and how would you look at going about this discussion. Mrugangji.
Thank you. Hi, thanks Gautam. And yeah, I think we unanimously voted that Gautam can handle conflict of interest the best. So, with that small one, but I think this topic, when I was asked to be here, few thoughts, and thanks IOD, thanks Sitaram sir for calling me. My first memory of this hall is that I was absolutely afraid and not allowed to be here because I was a part of the broking operations, and those days this was the ring. And if you did not understand the language, you could not be here. So again, very happy to be in this ring in a very different setting. But for most of us who've seen the evolution of the Indian financial services, I think the topic makes complete sense because the entire concept of trust and the entire concept of how trust can be built or sometimes lost is intertwined between the regulatory framework and the way organizations have worked. While we will dwell into a lot of the topics that we had sort of thought about, I'll just begin with a little with sharing the experience I had when I stepped into MCX. And what I saw was what I think one of the very, very nice examples of how a regulator can work together with a commercial organization to build back trust. So this was 2016. SEBI had just become the regulator for the commodity markets in 2015. And it was absolutely imperative to build back the trust in the market. And the reason, as some of us would recall, there had been some issues around 2013 around payments in a related company, not the exchange. But I think that is where the whole thing started. I mean, when I joined, and I still remember, people would still ask us saying, you know, the goods that are there in your godowns, the warehouses as we used to call them, are they still there? And then you had to do everything to just assure people of something which you would have imagined is very simple, right? I mean, safekeeping of warehouse receipts, safekeeping of warehouse receipt goods is fundamental to the duties of the exchange. But almost every investor, almost every member had that as a doubt. And I think where the regulators stepped in was in 2 or 3 places. The first and foremost was that they really put their weight behind in creating a board. And I recall Satyanand Mishra ji, some of you might know him. He was a retired secretary from the DOPT and therefore knew the Delhi system very well. And we had D.K. Mehrotra, who was LIC chairman. So, you know, you've gotten people who by nature of their earlier past could actually get back the trust. And that was the first step. To say that the government and the regulator believes that fundamentally this market needs to be made trustworthy, and that's how you work. So I think every step that we went through after that, and some funny things used to happen. I mean, we had actually had this where just before I joined, somebody had gone around the building with a wire detector to make sure that there was no wires connecting our building with any other buildings. Now, that was the level of distrust. So to build back trust takes time, but if you do it well, I think we have seen the results. I mean, today, if any one of you trades on MCX, if you're a shareholder of MCX, I'm sure you have none of these questions also today. And I hope that's the way to do it. So just some examples and some ways that we've gone about it. But I think we'll talk a lot more during the next 1.5 hours.
Thank you, Swati.
Thanks. So thanks for inviting me on this panel. Mrugang spoke about 2016 and MCX. It reminded me of 2016 and Wells Fargo. And the story that shattered the reputation of a place that was was loved by shareholders, was looked up to as an ideal organization, strong execution, great numbers. And because of the huge pressure on sales targets, employees went and created millions of customer accounts, which were non-existent. And we all know what happened after that. And like Mrugang said, to win back the trust of your stakeholders, whether they are your customers or they are your shareholders or the public at large, is a huge task. So to me, reputation and trust in the financial world are not two separate words. Truth to me is our reputation. If we cannot trust an organization in the financial services space, there is no reputation then to really talk of. So to me, trust and reputation really are two sides of the same coin. And we'll talk more about that as we move forward.
Chit.
Yeah, okay, I'll take this. Okay, so Mrigang spoke about MCX, right? I have fond memories of NSE. I am part of the NSE founding team, which got missed mentioning in my bio. So I have fond memories of this all, and also of the clearinghouse down below. Yeah, so those days before NSE was set up, we took permission to understand how the market operates, because I was from Tata Share Registry, absolutely new to to an online trading kind of platform that we were setting up. So we got permission to sit down on the ground floor in the clearinghouse to see how BSE operates its clearing process. And, people would come with share certificates tied in a red cloth, and there were pigeonholes, and from a distance, they would actually just aim it and just throw it, and it would actually land in that particular pigeonhole. That was the precision that they had in those days. So I was very, very new to it, but our entire endeavor when we were setting up NSE was to try and, rectify and try and, bring in that reputation that we will be able to lure the foreign investors to start investing in India. And that's when the reforms had just set in, the markets were opening up, the foreign custodians were being set up, and we as a team from NSE, we were about 5 of us, we decided to, actually, initially NSE was set up only for the wholesale debt market. It was only for WDM. As we got, success with what we did with WDM, we said we should look at equity. And I remember Ashish and me, Ashish Chavan, the erstwhile chairman of BSE and now the chairman of NSE, having a conversation saying, should we do for equity? And he says, do you think we should do for equity? And we said we should. And then we made a white paper and submitted it to SEBI. At the time, Dr. Natkani was the secretary market chief, and we submitted this white paper. And we showed so much of confidence in setting that up, we were given permission to do it. And then we actually, whatever was BSE doing, we actually replicated and built in controls. All we did was we built in controls, and we made sure that, we were a little more strict with the brokers, so that we were able to bring that regulation. We were able to abide by the regulation. We were able to bring in that discipline. And the rest is history, right? You all know where NSE is today. It's one of the topmost international stock exchanges in the world. So just wanted to share that, sir.
So this is me, the panelist now, not the moderator. I come from a different world, the world of cooperatives. And I come from a neighborhood which is that way quite badnaam because of political interference and governance issues. But there are some good banks there. And I will share my experience about Saraswat Bank. We are a 100-year-old bank, now growing very rapidly, but we decided that since we carry a significant reputational risk by being in this sector, that we decided that the only metric that we will measure at the board level is how much trust are we building. Okay. That doesn't mean that we are not performing well on other fronts. Of course, our financials are good. Our asset quality is very good. 3 years, 0 net NPA, gross is less, book value is strong. All other parameters, cost of funds is low. We are able to, since you are a director of State Bank, Mrugang, we benchmark our rates against you just 20 basis points above you. But still cost of funds is less than 6%. So if you see, the financial performance is otherwise right. But at the board level, what we believe is that we have been around for 100 years. We want to be around for the next 100 years. So the entire thought process is about building trust. We believe that is our only job. Even our tagline, I have changed it now, it is building trust across generations. That is what we call it, because we have built trust with customers across generations, but internally within the bank, that should become the idea. As we all know, banking is a leveraged business, dependent on public support in terms of deposits. So I feel ROA, ROE, all that is fine, it has its own place. But all financial institutions, whether they are cooperative or this thing, should not have a short horizon of the next quarter or the next year, but must think very, very long term. because it is ultimately reputation that will make you, be around for some time. Performance should not be, one has to play the long game. That's my point. Going back to being the moderator, let us talk about the relation between regulation and reputation. Very often people feel that regulation is an impediment to, let us say, performance, in that sense that it puts brakes on that. And somehow, that tug of war results into one stepping, as an earlier speaker mentioned, that stepping out of your crease and sort of crossing the line. So how would the panel look at that relation?
So firstly, I think, I don't see regulation as an impediment. Because to me, I think when there is a regulation, it is helping you put your house in order. Yes, somebody may come back and say, but there are too many regulations. But then you are in a business where your money, where customers' money is entrusted to you. So you better have a lot of rules and regulations in place to ensure that you are a custodian, that you're able to make good the trust that somebody has reposed in you by keeping their monies with you. So I think as a regulator, and whoever is the regulator, whether it's RBI, SEBI, whoever it is, I think the intent has always been to try and put things in place which probably, to me, if you look at it in a different way, actually help you build your reputation. Because if you are able to follow regulations, you are able to make people feel confident about the trust they have reposed in you, then your financial numbers is a natural flow, and how your organization does then is a natural flow. So I don't see compliance as an impediment. What really happens is, changing compliances. Two is when organizations are across geographies. There are different regulations across geographies. So, and I worked with a company, First Data, which was a US company, and every country has its own regulations. But then, if you're in this business, you better build structures to deal with that business. You can't just build a sales army and get your business. You have to build the support structure to ensure that we are able to deliver to the promise we make. And today with AI and all the tools that technology brings to us, I think it's not such a big task to be able to be on top of all the regulatory changes that happen. Some of the regulatory changes happen because some of us as financial institutions don't follow them, and therefore they become more rigorous and more rigid in that sense. But if you have good technology in place, I think the ability to therefore be on top of the changes that are happening, and therefore those ripple effects on your policies, etc., now should not be a concern. So to me, I don't see, in fact, I think it's good to have this compliance because it keeps us honest.
I'll just add 2 points to this. One, I was in exchange, like I said, but immediately after that, I was running a platform which was a commodity spot platform. And Rajesh is here, he will recall. I think we used to always say that it is a bigger challenge to run that company because we did not know what the regulation was. See, in a country like India, when you do not know what your boundary line is, you have to in fact be doubly sure because you might be crossing some boundary line which nobody told you. So, I think every example, and the commodity spot world, because of what happened elsewhere also, has told us that it is better to be regulated rather than be unregulated. So I think that is the first thing which I would add, because it really tells you what is the boundary line. The only caveat, and I would add, and all of us have, I think we're all with some little gray hair and therefore old stories, but we took Bhave sir on a roadshow when NSDL was launched. And I remember in one of the meetings, somebody asked him saying, well, India is a country, Jhol happens, and you're creating this system, won't people beat it? He gave a very, very nice answer. He said, I believe 99.9% Indians are honest. I am making a depository for those honest Indians. The 0.1 will anyways beat me whatever I do. And I think this is one thing which over time we seem to have lost a little track of. Sometimes we have seen, complete overreach of regulation when something goes wrong. So I think that's the only caveat I will say. But otherwise, yes, it is absolutely better to be regulated and be within sort of knowing your boundaries rather than unknown territory.
And I will share one very good example. So I was also part of this INR UST multilateral netting that was set up by CCIL in collaboration with RBI. It was RBI's clearinghouse. CCIL is RBI's clearinghouse for public debt and government securities. So at that time, once they had done the set up the CCIL for government securities and public debt, they also wanted to do the multilateral netting for the currencies. And as you know, in India, bulk of our interbank market is INR versus dollar. And because of the time difference, the dollars would go out to the US and it would wait for it to get cleared within the US FedWire system. And by the time it would come back to India, there would be a liquidity challenge, almost about a day, day and a half lag. So RBI wanted to net the dollars within the boundaries of India. And we need Federal Reserve's approval for that. And when RBI approached Federal Reserve, they actually gave them a 150-point laundry list to comply with, to permit India to do the multilateral netting within its boundaries. They were permitting only Hong Kong to do it for of Asia and Germany for all of Europe. And they were asked to select a settlement banker. I was working for ABN AMRO at that time. And, so they did a RFP process, CCIL, they selected us as a settlement banker after rigorous, due diligence. And then we were to partner with RBI and CCIL and work with Federal Reserve to get the permission. And I remember the trip that I had taken along with Dr. Nair, who was a CGM in Reserve Bank, and Indrani Rao, who was on deputation from RBI to CCIL. And when we went to Federal Reserve and we made a presentation, the first thing they did was they actually gave us a standing ovation to the RBI team for the kind of controls and the regulation that we had set up within India. It's something to be very, very proud of. And I remember people are telling us it's going to take you all years, it's not going to happen quickly. And CCIL, the full credit goes to RBI CCIL. And we partnered because we set up the entire risk management system for them from ABN AMRO. And we got it in about 60 days. Which is unheard of. And Federal Reserve is very, very strict. And RBI complied with every little point in that laundry list. And but they already had those procedures in place. They already had those controls in place. And they were just putting the rest of it in place. And once they gave it to us, we went live. It happened in 2002. So it's almost about over 20 years. I remember when Romania wanted to do the same thing, they said, go pick up the lesson from RBI in terms of controls. Learn from them how to do it. If you can learn from India, then you can come back, make the presentation, we'll permit you to do the netting. So it's something that we should be proud of, right? Regulation is not here to deter you or stop you from doing your work. It's only aiding you to do the right thing. And isn't it what is told to us, always do the right thing, even when nobody is saying? That's what integrity is all about, so. Just sort of sharing.
So here I would like to share my experience as a member of advisory group. There is an advisory group of 5 people from the entire finance fraternity, whether it is banks, NBFCs, cooperatives, private banks, small finance banks, everybody. And these 5 people are supposed to be advisors to RBI's Regulation Review Authority. There is a Regulation Review Authority that is set up. I've been working with, as an advisor there for 5 years, and of course now our term has been extended. I was surprised to see, generally the feeling is that RBI doesn't listen, or, the regulators don't listen. But we involved all the stakeholders, IBA and others, and everyone, we took those suggestions. There are about 1,206 circulars which have been withdrawn or repealed. There are almost 65 returns which have been either merged or brought online. And during this experience, we clearly saw that the regulator, see, for us, ease of doing with business is, many a times for regulated entities, that is the, that is the only side that one looks at. Like in cricket, we have a crease, so in effect, we are asking the regulator to widen the crease so that कहीं भी जाके बैट लग जाए तो बस not out नहीं है. So that doesn't happen. But I feel that regulators do listen to regulated entities, and regulation is something which changes over a period of time. So at that point in time, whatever is the regulation, it is expected that we are supposed to be compliant, and if one sticks to that, actually you are avoiding certain reputational risk as it is. For instance, if you are very careful with whatever is the regulation in terms of, or the guidance that they have in terms of, let us say, selection of executives, background checks, or for that matter even at director levels or wherever, chances are that you are, if you do that very thoroughly, then you are avoiding a reputational event in the future. So following regulation, naturally, I think it takes care of about 60–70% of the reputation risk. The other ones do happen because of conduct, and those are clearly within the the scope and realm of the regulated entity. So regulation and reputation are not mutually exclusive; they go hand in hand, provided the regulated entities are themselves very sincere about it. I think as a panel, because you'll also have to help me with this moderation, I don't know when to get off one hat and put on another. Would you add like something to the regulation piece here? Like, are there any examples where strong regulation has enhanced brand equity, or whether what are your views on technology in regulation? Any of those points that we discussed?
So I think on the technology part, my experience over the last 8–10 years is that our regulators are actually phenomenally savvy. I mean, if anybody ever makes that mistake of thinking that the regulators are not, we should not do it. We had that first experience in Deutsche Bank. As you know, many banks, as they grow larger, you will have disparate systems. PSU filed returns across the bank. The regulators caught the discrepancy faster than we could. Because, and I'm just giving you one example, right? Today, I think the ability to digest data is so phenomenal with our regulators. All the interchange of data happens through APIs. All filing on, I think the BSE also is XBRL now. So I think there are various things that we've done. In that sense, I see India really, really a progressive place.
I think being on the board, one has seen, and the regulator, when they sit for meetings with the board, you cannot say a word which is not picked up by them. Anything you are talking of, they are very, very astute. I don't think they're there for anything else but, the knowledge they bring in. And I'm sure they keep themselves abreast because there's so much of change happening, whether it is in terms of technology, whether it is in terms of, new products coming up. But before you know it, they have a pulse on what is happening and what are the measures they need to do, they need to bring in to ensure that they have kept the market protected from any potential issue. I think experience has really, I think respect for the regulator has gone up leaps and bounds since I have, become an independent director, because now I'm also seeing how they are looking at a lot of things from the other side.
So my experience with them is they are very, very savvy and they are more informed than what we are as bankers. So even, at the time when, the foreign FPIs were allowed to invest only in equity markets, much before the commodities that Mrugant mentioned earlier. But, the regulators, at least RBS personally wanted to champion the investments in public debt market. And I remember at that time when they were trying to, they had set up some executive councils and they were trying to get the feedback from the market, the pulse from the market, the pulse from the FPIs, and they're very receptive. So whenever we had our foreign clients coming in, we would take them to meet with them, meet with the RBI officials, and they would come very well prepared with their questions. They will ask what they want to, they will try to understand how it works elsewhere, and they've always tried to make it easier for the market participants to, to participate in the market. It's not that they put any impediments or they make it really difficult. They don't. They're open to suggestions, and that's something has been my experience both with SEBI and with RBI.
So here I might add from that RRA experience that whenever they are looking at regulation, they are looking at what is happening in other geographies. For instance, what is MAS doing, Monetary Authority of Singapore, what is happening in UK or at the Fed. And we have to understand that as India is getting, everything is getting more and more financialized, our markets are maturing. Just a few days ago, if you've seen that AIF, those investments were now allowed for others, immediately the next day that circular has come from RBI. So one good thing is, whether it is SEBI or RBI, the regulators have enabled, growth of this market. And if you see that when earlier speaker, if you see the BSE chairperson who was here, or the executive director, I think, but he was saying is that now this entire market is supported by the retail investors. So we are seeing that, all these savers are turning into investors largely because of the environment and, whatever has been created by the regulators, be it SEBI, BSE or RBI. And we must all welcome this change. And I'm sure that in the days to come, from risk-based, what we are going to graduate to is, today it is entity-based regulation. Definitely we are headed towards activity-based regulation. So when it will become activity-based regulation and based on a platform of, trying to contain risks, I think that will be our next orbit of regulation, which I'm sure India will be heading to within the next decade or so.
Just wanted to add here, I think all these regulations that are coming in are actually making the financial institutions stronger. And, which is why, Chitra's talking about how our, organizations from India are being recognized overseas. I think this is building our reputation as a market that can be trusted. And, while we may want to pat our backs on the good jobs we have done, I think the regulator has, has a probably bigger role to play to ensure that we can pat our backs.
Yes. So, having covered regulation, I believe we're through that. You'll have to help me if anything has been missed. So, of course, the other topic, part of the agenda is reputation cannot come without trust. So what are your views on that interrelationship? And how should, institutions build trust? So any ideas, thoughts on that?
Go ahead. Collecting my thoughts together.
Okay, so I think trust comes in multiple ways. So reputation is really about the perception of the institution in the eyes of your stakeholder or the public at large on whether you are a reliable entity. It is to do with the service qualities that you offer your customers. It is to do with the strong processes and guardrails you have put in your internal processes. It is to do with transparency and ethical behavior. So I think if as an institution you are able to demonstrate all of this and more, your customer, your stakeholders will tend to trust you. I think all of us, get messages from our banks at some point in time to say, re-KYC karna hai. And I remember my mother saying, what is this? Every other year or 2 years, they will come and say re-KYC. I mean, have I changed? My Aadhaar is the same, my PAN is the same. Why do they have to, trouble customers? So actually, she said, you are a banker, you will always take their side. But I said, let me help you understand why they do it. And when I explained to her that it is for your own safety, it's for the safety of the money you keep, to ensure that nobody else is touching the money that you have, these are measures that the bank takes to protect your money. And then her response to the bank person who called her up the next time was far more, calmer. And she said, okay, I will come tomorrow and give you all the documents. So I think it's also to do with a lot of customer education. People need to understand that, a bank, I call the bank, more than me calling the bank. I have had calls when I have made large transactions on internet banking. And before they pass it, in the next 2-3 minutes, I've got a call saying, want to confirm that this is a transaction you have done. My respect for the bank goes up, saying, you're protecting my money. I can trust you to keep my money with you. So I think all of these things help to build trust in the organization.
I couldn't agree more. And sometimes this, of course, manifests in different ways. Recently met the CEO of a mutual fund, and the way he built this into his company's ethics was that he said, look, if the RBI recognizes 3 banks as systemically important banks and SEBI recognizes 25 brokers as systemically important brokers, just imagine that we have to have that as one of our goals, that the regulator has to think we are systemically important. And the trust that we build is something that it's very difficult to put into goals. You can't really say that, it's a KRA to become a SIB or whatever next year. But to just instill that across in the messages, and I think this is where it's very important, to just say that you have to make sure that building trust is part of the integral responsibility of the entire senior management.
Chitra?
It's not just, the senior management, right? It's walk the talk. The entire, it should actually percolate to the entire organization, right, from top to bottom. Even the guys who are sourcing, the DSAs who are sourcing the business for the bank or for the mutual fund or for the entity. My experience in those organizations where I worked was, we have regular compliance trainings along with the other domain trainings that are imparted to us. So as an employee, through the year, the 12 months, your calendar is already structured for you to go through these trainings, which are not just the domain trainings, but also trainings which has got a huge, about 60% are involving compliance and ethical trainings. It is just to, it's a reinforcement, and every year you have to take those trainings. And unless you are certified and you don't complete those mandatory trainings, you're not even eligible for your final appraisal, year-end appraisal. And these trainings are called mandatory trainings, and there's a time limit given to it. If you don't comply or don't complete, then escalation that goes to your boss, your boss's boss, and boss's boss. So that's a kind of rigor that is built so that people are able to, it's not a reminder, it's not a refresher, it's just to keep check that you need to follow these, these ethical behaviors. So it's a trust at the end of the day, right? You're dealing with a client's money. In our business, in our financial industry business, we are not dealing with our own money, but our client's money. So we are responsible to an external client. So this has been my experience. Those trainings actually kind of check. It's something that kind of gives you one little hit on your knuckle saying that, look, you need to be aware of what it is. You need to be aware of the regulation. You need to be ethical at all times. And always do the right thing even if nobody is watching.
So, an earlier speaker said that, hi, Avinash, I've been handling your steering. Anyway, so let me complete this part. And an earlier speaker just said that trust is something that you build over, 20 years or 50 years, but then it can go in a moment. My thoughts are that, trust is like an account which you have with your, let us say, investors, employees, regulator, and every day you are, either depositing something from that account with that investor, regulator, or, customer, whatever, or you are withdrawing something. And reputation is the balance in that trust. So, if you keep on adding, then that balance is going to keep on growing. Of course, there will be withdrawals once in a while, but you have to always keep on working at it in such a way that you have to increase that balance and do everything necessary, to see to it that overall, there will be times when there will be withdrawals from that account, but overall the balance of reputation keeps on going up.
So, Gautam, with your permission, can I ask an out-of-syllabus question?
Sure.
And since
everything here is out of syllabus.
and this is anyways going to pass now to Avinash. But you spoke about trust and building trust. I really don't envy your position, especially given what happens once in a while with cooperative banks. So when somebody in the industry is failing, and you have that added responsibility of not only saying, you can't go and step in for somebody else, but you've got to build that little confidence back in the cooperative sector. Any thoughts how you are doing it? Because you've built that through so many challenges till now. So really building this trust for you is, I think, something which you've done for a living.
So, see, there is a saying that, I wish it were true. It says that never explain. Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe it. But that is not true in today's post-truth world. Every day is a Sita Pariksha. If some other cooperative bank, and once in a while, once in a few months, something or the other keeps on happening there, that does reflect on us. But that is why we are so always on our toes in terms of our reputation. We are constantly seen as doing the right thing. Okay, we are supporting the right causes. We are, our customers, we are constantly in touch with customers, all kinds of stakeholders. And that is why, whenever such incident happens, actually our deposits grow. Because at that point, people realize that it is safe. Let me tell you, there have been instances in the past where we had our branches next to some private sector banks, and that money has shifted to us. So I don't think it is your constitution. I think it is your conduct that is responsible for trust. And you have to, live it day in, day out. And if you do that, I am certain that, ultimately your customers gather that confidence in you. I think we should hand this over to Avinashji. I think we have covered
So
regulation.
I'll take this opportunity to just introduce Mr. Avinash to the audience here. And we will request you to continue having both the hats as of
So
now.
I'll continue.
Yes, please.
I've, I think, got a new profession now.
All right.
Okay.
So friends, I take the pleasure of inviting and introducing Mr. Avinash Chandra Jha. He had, he was stuck up, so he couldn't come on time. Mr. Jha, he's an Associate Director, Growth and Strategy with Cash Free Payments, India's leading payments and API banking company. He's a consultative sales, strategy, alliance and partnership and go-to-market professional. A postgraduate in business management and a Microsoft certified system engineer, Mr. Jha has been shouldering diversified responsibilities across the scales of large and global corporates, MSMEs, retail, startup segments with organization in payments, technologies, banking, risk and credit rating, information services, manufacturing and EXIM sectors for over 2 decades. A passionate writer with published articles in leading Indian magazines, he has been invited by prestigious institutions to be part of various lectures and roundtables as a speaker. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Jha, and we continue with this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the night watchman has sort of been regularized now. And the next thing which follows, we've covered reputation, gone on to trust, and of course now, what would be the role of leadership in shaping ethical conduct in an organization? Because without ethical conduct, you do not have trust, and without trust, you're not going to have reputation. So here the role of leadership in shaping that ethical conduct. So your thoughts on that, Avinash?
I would certainly take 2 minutes before I start comments on this. Please allow me. I would be a student in front of these dignitaries, and when Mr. Jha, allow me this, that will make me comfortable. So when I got this call checking if I want to be here, I really was in 2 minds. Simply seeing the stature of the graceful ladies and gentlemen that I would be moderating to. This has been 20th year in my work life, and it's been the first time that I'm late for any such programs, events. I have been traveling from Bangalore, and I'm saying all this just to extend my sincere apologies to the audience and to the people that I was answerable to. I had a lot of points to start as a moderator, but I'll cut down and I'll share one thing, sir, and probably that connects to this question also. So all of us have heard one or the other things about the dialogues between Shri Krishna and Arjun. Somehow both of these characters are very close to my heart, and I have seen them in my everyday life, be it personal or work. So when Krishna starts convincing Arjuna that he must fight, he must take his bows and arrows to the goal, he says, लोग क्या कहेंगे तुम्हें, तुम्हारे रेप्यूटेशन का क्या, तुम्हारे सर्वश्रेष्ठ धनुर्धर होने की उपाधि का क्या. So reputation is something that we really think of it. If I were to tell brutally from our heart, we are not very conscious about it round the clock, especially when we are alone and we are not being watched by anyone else. And it is all the same in our personal and professional life. Now the question that you posed, sir, how many organizations in this country have so-called incentives for these things, for upholding the culture of the organization, for upholding the ethics of the organization? How many employees of an organization really understand and knows that what are those, so to say, 5 P's, 4 P's, 5 C's, 5 cultural aspects of my organization? So I would really believe that the discussion of this reputation or culture irrespective of being financial institutions and regulators, it has to start from the zenith of the organization. It cannot be left on the employees as it is. And I was thinking, what if tomorrow I turn into an entrepreneur? I would keep incentive to upholding the culture and the ethics and the reputation of my organization. So to answer, sir, briefly here, it has to start from the leader. And I'll take just 2 minutes more. It was the year 2017. I was working with a bank, and it again connects to this question, sir, though that's why I'm taking again 2-3 minutes. There was a big seminar happening wherein my bank was sending a representative of the stature of president. And other panelists were Industry Minister of Maharashtra, Group CFO of Reliance, one of the presidents of oldest Maharashtra's Chamber of Commerce, another MLA, mayor of the municipal corporation, and one more, because of whom I am sharing this, one board of director of none other than prestigious Saraswat Bank. So when I came to Dais, I was sent because president could not attend, and he told me right in the morning, calling me in the cabin, "Tu hai na, mujhe koi chinta nahi hai, tu sambhal lega." And that was my first session representing that bank. So when I went to the dais, that gentleman's first question, the board of director asked me slowly, "Avinash ji, ये आपका बैंक कर क्या रहा है? हर क्वार्टर में प्रॉफिट, हर ईयर में प्रॉफिट, MSME में कर क्या रहे हैं आप लोग?" And I did smile and I said, "सर, हम लोग गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज को अप क्लोज एंड पर्सनल ले रहे हैं जो बहुत सारे प्राइवेट बैंक्स नहीं लेते हैं." He smiled back, and when I came back after my session, he almost hugged me. And he said, "अब मैं समझ सकता हूं कि आपका बैंक क्या करता है." Now, I am not saying this line just because it connects me. It connects the larger goal of the organization. The bank is anyways a regulatory, under hugely regulated parlances. So in terms of financial institutions and regulations, what I have seen, having spent close to 14 years with a bank and a rating agency, I always saw that our organizations look up to regulators as someone always out with the sword in the market. But my limited interactions with couple of regulators from maybe SEBI or RBI, I'm very, very small in terms of the corporate structure and ladder. But they have been very kind, they have been very open, they have been really keen to listen to the things that we are doing as a banker or as a rating agency back then. And this again would come, you hear a lot of things about rating agencies today. But I would tell you the rating agencies indeed start from the rating committees and the heads of the rating agencies. And within 2 meetings, you can come to know which rating agencies work under what conditions. And it starts from leadership, I guess, and I believe. So to answer your question, sir, of course, this has to start from leadership. It has to percolate down from leadership. And there has to be incentives of any sort for every employee of an organization to uphold the culture, the reputation, the ethics, everything about the reputation, so to say. Thank you so much. I'll continue after this.
Yes.
Thanks. I think, there can't be any two ways about saying that it always flows from the top. But I also think that, the chance to demonstrate is that one thing which may happen, it may not happen. And if it does happen under your watch, if it does happen under your tenure, that is your only chance to actually give that signal. If you have the ability to fire your top performer because he made an ethical error, then you are giving that signal. And I'm saying this because, you may run an organization and you may never have that misfortune or opportunity, whichever way you look at it. But if it does present itself, you have to demonstrate it. And I think this is what will separate what is a true leader who's saying ethics is important versus all of us. I doubt if I'm going to find any CEO ever say that ethics is not important, right?
What you rightly said is, if there is a top performer who is, has committed an unethical act, That is the real test of leadership. In the sense whether he is going to act on it at that point.
So, and I completely agree, because that's the test of that leader. Hope many of us don't have to go through that experience. And I think some of it is to do with, again, some systems and processes that, starting from the board and the top management, we need to put in place. So a couple of things, I think, we may not be used to it because the regulator doesn't ask for it. But I think that the compliance function needs to have, along with other risks, market risk, risk, war risk, we look at a lot of other risks, but we do not separately look at reputation risk. Yes. And I think that is something that all of us must bring into practice in our respective organizations. Because reputation risk can undo, 200 years of work that the organization has done. And that is one. The other is, and this is something that has been on discussion with a lot of people, to say, along with the various other committees that the board has, should there be an ethics committee? Open to debate, but I'm just placing it as food for thought for everybody. Another point is, when there is an incident, before it becomes a major incident, can we do post-mortem of what has happened and where we have gone wrong? Because very often we say, theek hai, not such a big issue, let's leave it at that. We've done some tinkering, it's okay now, let's move forward. I think that's the time to stop and stare and say, what went wrong? Systemically, did we make a mistake? And there's no harm in admitting that we are all humans, we all make mistakes. But you're really a human if you're able to pull back and say, yes, I made a mistake and I will correct it now. So can we do that? And just a few thoughts.
So here I would, of course, you can.
No, go ahead, I'll give it up to you.
We do have an ethics committee. And we do discuss on this. I think that, all of us know right and wrong, because it flows from good and evil. But from right and wrong flow your moral values. And those moral values in action is what is ethics. So ethics is doing what you believe in. So we already know what is right and wrong, but at that point, I tell you why this problem happens. हम लोग ना एक त्रिमूर्ति की पूजा करते हैं. That त्रिमूर्ति is market, capital, and profit. And when we are looking at that trimurti, that is where the ethics goes out of the window.
Forget the fourth head behind it.
We forget that, right and wrong की concept नहीं profit ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो वहाँ वो lapse हो जाता है. Capital, or market demands this, so we have to do this. So ethics is that test of whether you are walking that talk, whether you really want to, and that is what I am trying to say, that if you play the long game, this becomes easier. If you are playing the short game, उसी त्रिमूर्ति के इसमें आप फंसोगे, and then there will be ethical mistakes which will ultimately hamper your, reputation down the line.
So I remember my boss in AB Namro telling us that if we are not able to meet our targets, we can still explain. Please do not do anything the wrong way, and please don't be on the wrong side of the reputation. Let's not be called by RBI for anything. Let's always be on the good books and do the right thing. If we don't meet our targets, there are always, reasons that we can explain to the senior management and to the bosses in Amsterdam. But please don't do anything that, puts us on the spot. So yeah, very true.
So now, enough of theory, we will have to talk about reputation risk events, if anybody has faced them, and what was, so what are the measures to contain, or rather to control reputation risks, and whether anybody of you has faced a significant reputation event and how was that handled?
So I started with saying about my experience at MCX, and I think we went through a lot of those sort of in history and even then. One which happened under my watch was when we had 5 stoppages of our platform in the space of 45 days. This happened somewhere around the months of May, June, July in 2018. Now, as you can understand, instead we didn't even want to know what happened, what went wrong, what did you do, whatever. But 5 minutes, they said, because we don't want to see a ticker on CNBC saying something has gone wrong in the exchange because we are the regulator. And I think that was my first lesson. So, and like I said, we had 5 stoppages and then it took a lot of work with everybody. But I think what helps, and I think this is where, like you said, we found what helped was, so 2 things we did. We literally called each one of our top 100 brokers and told them what was possible as the issue and how long it would take us to fix. And all of them had one question saying, is SEBI going to take an action against you? And we said, hopefully if we give the same transparency to SEBI, they will also not take an action, and SEBI did not. So SEBI, again, to their credit, they put us on a very tight leash. They gave us a very tight deadline. We were grilled like crazy. But I think, again, I think what really matters is sometimes to just show that you have the intent and nothing to hide. You have to be very open with your constituents, the most important ones. As an exchange for us, it was regulator, board, members, right? 3 constituents who had to know exactly what was happening. But if you do that, I think nobody's intentionally going to want to trip you up, right? So I think as long as you give everybody that confidence that you have the intent, you're doing everything to do it, and you will still solve it, people will give you that, and transparently do it. So I think it was an immense learning. I learned more technology in that 45 days than I would have learned in my entire life, but that was a great thing for me as well.
In today's world, I would just like to add that social media is the other space where our reputations can get built or can get shattered. Today, reputation can get shattered with the click of a button. And therefore, some of the instances that you spoke of, or some of the instances that all of us have, seen in the market today, if you are not there to hold the ball, it's going to drop. And that can have a big dent on your reputation. And like we spoke earlier, to claw back the trust of your stakeholders is very, very difficult. So I think most of us today have actually, in whichever teams they are in, monitoring what is being spoken about the institution on social media. And there are so many channels. You look at 3 of them and there is some 5th hiding somewhere which suddenly goes viral. And you don't know what goes viral these days. So I think that's another huge risk we all hold. And because I come from the human resource space, we actually also monitor, because we have a lot of, sometimes you have a disgruntled employee talking about things of the organization, and that can go viral. I mean, there are companies who've had their reputation shredded to bits on LinkedIn. I don't want to take any names here right now, but all because some employee was not managed sensitively. So I think some of these are some of the precautions we all need to take.
So you're right, I fully agree with you that, one has to be, in a way, prepared. The crisis preparedness is very, very important. So you have to have, you have to develop a network of friends also. That is also very, very important. See, as I said, we face significant reputation risk, not of our own doing. It happens in this thing. Recently, there was this New India problem. And some, yellow journalism is nowadays very common. whether it is on social media, print media. So some afternoon tabloid carried a full 2-page thing on all cooperatives, and for good measure he threw in our name, that there was list of banks where there were frauds, and he just put in our name without any rhyme or reason. So we had existing processes and protocols up to follow about what is to be done. So usually this goes to risk management committee, and then they will time would be lost. So you have to get into action very, very fast. Within 1 hour, we were all on social media wherever it had come. We had given a rebuttal, also a threat to that yellow journalist, and that publication, and 100 crore defamation, and we made them publish in the next day in their own edition. So at the same time, we did not give out any press notes because we didn't want the thing to blow out of proportion. But an entire protocol has been set, so whenever such an incident happens, it is replied to very promptly. And in our reply, we had marked a copy to SSM RBI. So that gave it more, credibility that whatever we are seeing is right. And these fires needs to be extinguished within the first few hours. If they die down, then it is possible. But otherwise, we all are staring at a situation in which, whatever we have built over years, as has been talked often, could, just be dismantled by some, misguided missile somewhere. So this is the real risk that we face in the financial world, especially institutions which are, as it is, over-leveraged because of deposits and other things. So I think the biggest risk to financial institutions is no longer coming from the asset side. It is coming from this side, which is a lurking risk. It is not there in your face, but you don't know where it will come from. So I think we have a Q&A session now. Hope I have done justice to my piece. So any questions that the panel can take? Can somebody help with us with mics?
Very interesting, interaction and opinions I got to hear. And this is what I do for a living. So I'm very happy that, finally something of, reputation is being talked at this level. There are flaws that I have seen. I've been fortunate to have worked with some of the top brands in India, which include HDFC Bank and it and all of that. I would say HDFC Bank it's an observation run. HDFC Bank came closest to having the right structure. In most cases, who owns reputation in most companies? Nobody owns. There is not a single custodian. Am I audible? There is not a single custodian. Half of people from my fraternity, they keep bragging outside that they're brand custodians. They're not. It's often the MD that wears multiple hats. Often the hats do not include reputation. I'm saying often. I worked with companies that are exceptions. So one needs to have a structure in place, have a person made responsible for this. An MD cannot have 50 things to do. He cannot just do justice. Have an expert. You said there was a protocol now put in place in one case. Who is responsible for this protocol? You can't have time. Who's the one responsible? Where the buck is going to, stop? I have seen this flaw in most companies. Crisis is often seen headline management. It's got a very large work behind the scene, proactive. If there is a case happening, let's say out of Haryana 10 times in a span of 6 months, one needs to go down to the bottom, find what's the root cause. That root cause needs to be worked upon. I have not seen this mechanism being followed in most companies. Most companies.
So I'd like to add something here. I agree with you that, the CEO cannot be the custodian of the reputation alone.
In the dilemma, in case he's dilemma, he ends up wearing the other hat.
Sure. So he
that's where
can't be the only person who is. So to me, reputation is in the hands of every employee in your organization. And I'll give you an example of this.
Institutionalize this, ma'am. It's very easy to say.
So, no, I'll give you an example. So I used to work with ICICI Bank, and this is an old story, and there's nothing confidential in this. ICICI had a clear rule. And a lot of teams would go for offsites. And they would either travel by train. In those years, they would also travel by train. There was a very clear message to everybody. You will not drink when you are in the train. Yes. So somebody questioned it. Right? We are on an offsite, and when we are traveling back, what's the harm if we... So one, you're not allowed to, by railway rules also, you're not allowed to drink alcohol. Two is, we told them that if you drink and you lose control on yourself and you misbehave in the train, it's not you who is misbehaving in the train. It is an ICICI Bank employee who is misbehaving in the train. That affects our reputation, and therefore you will not do it. Nobody ever questioned us on that decision after that. And I think I get your point that, there has to be somebody who owns the brand, but you cannot have one person or one team owning.
Why? You have a CFO. You have a CFO responsible for finance.
Yes, but to me, reputation is something that is owned by every employee in the organization, because one mistake by an employee in public can ruin you. We recently saw, unfortunately, this whole thing about language and a State Bank employee having an interaction with a customer. It's gone viral. So, how do you control all of these things?
No, you can have a mechanism in place. I beg to differ. Avinash made a very interesting point. I just forgot. So I think you need to have this process of institutionalizing happening. It won't happen overnight. What was public relations department at one point became corporate communications. Now, some of us are now kind of allowed a foothold into reputation management. Who manages reputation? It can't be the CFO. He's got numbers to crunch. Who does? You have to have one very senior fellow responsible for this, reporting to the 90% of our PR fellows report to marketing. Look at the dichotomy. Marketing's job is to get your business, to sell. Ethics, we spoke about ethics. India mein do hi company hai jinke paas chief ethics officer. I'm sorry, I'm talking for a lot of passion. HDFC Bank is the second. SBI, to the best of my knowledge, even today they do not have that chair filled.
Sir,
sorry.
To answer your question, in my bank, as I told you, that we already have an ethics committee even before it was made mandatory. I am personally responsible for the reputation of the bank. I take it upon myself to see to it that, that the reputation is maintained, and if at all there is a reputational event, then I'm at the forefront of it. I wouldn't bother my CEO even with that, because these protocols have been set. I think in the future, this job need not come to the chairman, but there in everywhere, if you set protocols which will go through committees, then it will take a lot of time to address this risk. There has to be one key man in the organization, whoever it is, who will take care of that. It is very easy to say that reputation is everybody's job, but then the buck should stop somewhere.
100%.
And that person should be known to everybody in the organization.
Yeah.
In my organization, I see to it that whenever any reputation event has happened or anything has happened, then it flows to me in the shortest span of time.
Sir, do you know your reputation score?
Reputation. We can have a separate discussion on this.
We just get a few more hands were raised, so can we just get a few questions?
Hi, I'm Rajesh Sinha. I headed NCDX Spot Exchange or NCDX e-markets. So part of your question would be answered by the experience that I am sharing. This is the only exchange, and Murgank was MD CEO, just a short while ago there. The only spot exchange that has survived NSCL scam, other commodity export exchanges died. It has created a national market procurement platform for MSP operations. And we have made innovations. Okay? There were 3 life-threatening instances we had. The first one was NSCL scam in 2013. Even prior to that, by 2011, this great national agri marketplace holding a huge promise was almost dying. You wanted to have a spot market in agri so that was a cash market on which a future and derivative market could be built. Even today, it has not been built. Okay? So that's a separate story. So what did we do? We simply changed the business model itself. We wrote off completely. I had a prior experience of setting up Safal National Exchange. So first is the business models were changed. Still nobody wanted. So in market, when you go, nobody wants it. What do you do? The second instance was NSCL. Every other spot exchange died, whether it was promoted by Reliance or MCX or many others. What did we do differently? You may not have heard about me. You may not have even known that there was someone who would have created it. The first thing we did was, when everybody else is dying, and I think so Saraswat Bank chairman also talked about it, you don't go and explain things. You don't shout saying that, we are the only 2 spot exchanges running. The other one is dead. You know what? I am not the thief. You don't do that. And it did not happen by accident that this organization is surviving for more than now 18 years. It would be completing 20 years next year. Okay, and possibly the only one doing it. The first thing was, we chose to be regulated. So while we were subsidiary of NCDX with 0 revenues, all our system and practices were as if we are a listed entity. And custodian, one, I was the custodian, since I was the chief, I was a KMP. Second, the entire board behaved very responsibly. Second, so this is one. So that we have seen that organization has survived. Second, we did the only successful experiment of state agriculture market, one state, one market, equal JV between state government and a private exchange. NCDX spot held 50%, Karnataka government held 50%. There was a fire in our data system in 2018 January, and all our computers were all there. Entire agri markets in Karnataka, all APMC markets shut down. The pride that we took, that we are Karnataka. So how do you handle that fire? Every farmer is crying out. Next 48 hours, we shifted entire operations to cloud. Okay? There was no breakdown. So reputation, this is the second instance. The third one.
Sir, I suggest that there are many others who would also want to ask questions.
So one is, you have to build a DNA right from the beginning.
Agreed.
And a short is purpose alignment with the stated objective.
Yes.
OTPI or whatever you call it is closed. They wanted to be a market, but they are marketplace.
Yeah.
So you don't have the purpose aligned with the stated objective of the organization. Both has to be aligned. Yeah.
Thank you. The gentleman towards, yes.
Myself Chandrasekhar Chincholkar, very small question. Ethics is typically something which is, built from the childhood. And moral, that basically defines it. So how do you really have systems in place? Somebody might be a, IITIM topper, but ultimately if he is not really ethical, how do you really identify? People may score very good marks in the ethical examination. But at the same time, how do you really find out what kind of, problems he has gone through or what kind of, bringing up he has, so to ensure that he is really able to behave ethically in the system.
So as I said, ethics is what? Ethics is moral values in action. Okay. So whether a person is behaving ethically or not will be seen through his actions, whether he passes that score or is irrelevant. How does he actually behave in that situation? So action is what one has to look at. And there very often people say that how can it be measured? It cannot be measured. Either it is there or not there. So you cannot put a score to it. You cannot, this thing, whether that action is right or wrong, we do not know. I'll give you a simple example. That, you see, there are these, in every organization, there is a committee for the sexual harassment committee, what is POSH committee. If you look at the cases that come there, most of them are, at least in larger organizations, borderline. You never know whether that person has crossed the line. Okay. So we got to know of a branch manager who would say, somebody says, I have fever, he would go and touch that lady's head. And this happened twice. We sacked that person. Because he is on that borderline and we will not tolerate that. Because we have a 50-50 gender ratio. So if you are very clear about what is right and wrong, you will not, whether that person is standing on the line also, then he is wrong. So it is up to the organization to set examples of what will be tolerated, what they feel is, the right thing to do. And that is the only way to go about it. It cannot be measured. That is my opinion.
Hello, sir. This is Sanjay Sarda from Growth Sense Group. Although, you agree that reputation is an internal thing to the organization. Some organizations want to be a great reputed organizations, some may not be. But overall, if in a country, if majority of the organization have a higher reputation standards or scores, naturally, overall, it could be beneficial for the economy and the country as a whole. So, do you think, is there any possibility or requirement or a need to create or have an independent agency which have certain parameters and measure every organization, at least starting with the top listed companies, on a reputation score and declare that reputation score quarterly or a monthly or annually? So, will that help?
I think, like we've all been saying, it's extremely subjective. It's very tough to measure, but it is like, they say, it is very, very everyday in terms of experiencing. So, in my opinion, whilst a lot of things like an audit score, like a compliance score, like a tech resilience score can be arrived at, reputation will be simply measured by how well your customers are actually sticky and how well they stick with you, and that will happen. So to that, I think it will just get rewarded in the way business happens, but I personally believe it's very difficult to come up with a score.
Yeah, I agree, Murugan. It is highly subjective. I think reputation is like beauty. It is in the eyes of the beholder.
Hello, I'm Dhananjay Kamlakar. One of the topics is insights from recent reputational crisis in the financial sector. What are your comments about IndusInd Bank?
So I would just add a few things. One, I think like it was mentioned, in the current age of too much instant news, we should all wait to hear, okay? My only point would be that I think, at least I have seen enough of SEBI and Gautam, and all of us have seen enough of RBI. So trust them. I mean, I don't think any one of us needs to pass a judgment, or any one of us needs to presuppose anything, or any one of us needs to have an assumption or a preconceived notion of what may have happened. There are enough and more examples in this country, and in my 30 years, I can count at least minimum 30 of absolutely correct punitive action taken by the regulators. So my only comment would be, to the extent if you have the privilege of knowing something which is not known in public, anyways don't share it because it's a listed entity. And to the extent you don't know something because you're not privy to information, just wait for the regulators to tell you and trust the regulatory system of India.
I would completely agree. I have a question. I'm also wearing two hats
today. One as a former reputation management custodian, and my role as communicator in corporates earlier, and that as a board member now. And my question is to Mrugang and Swatiji, to you. How do you see the role of a board when it comes to, say, doing an audit of the culture of the organization? Because that is where the ethics, reputation, everything comes in.
So I personally believe it's an extremely tough job, and I had the privilege or the tough part of being on both sides for a few years. My standard thing is 7-page agenda hides. 700-page agenda tells you that nothing is to be read. And there is no golden mean there. So this is one place where I think you have to go with a little bit of your intuition, your interaction, and the way you see it. Every time you find something which is a little questionable, you should just ask that one question, is that, was the intent wrong, or was the process, or was the methodology wrong? As long as you have no reason to doubt the intent of management, I think as a board member, you should also remember that when you were an executive, you were making 5 mistakes out of 100. Okay, so I think that is one thing which I try and do, is to say, was the intent wrong? Until I don't see any reason to doubt the intent, I don't think there's an issue. Process will always be, you can go 6 sigma, I don't know how many sigma, right?
Yeah, so I would agree with what Mrugang said, that it's very difficult to measure, what is really happening. But as a board member, what I can say is we need to be aware. We need to know what is happening. We need to know why some things are not happening. So again, therefore, some of these discussions in the board meetings, we actually say that we need an hour more for discussion, and which is a healthy sign. The organization feels, ye 2 ghante mein ho jayega. And we've actually gone back and said, no, looking at the agenda topic, that is, there is a topic which is of importance. Please give us another half an hour or 45 minutes more. I think the more you spend time with the organization to understand what is going wrong, if you think something is going wrong, then you're able to understand, again, like he said, whether it was the intent or whether it was a process lapse. Process lapse can be quickly corrected. Intent cannot be. So it's important for you to understand, and that's the role that you play over the years as you build your experience in these areas.
I trust all the questions.
Just add one question. I think he also wants to ask.
Mike.
Of how well cooperative banks have been run. Saraswat and Shamrao Vittal being one of the leading examples. And surprisingly enough, the cooperative banking sector was never under the RBI for the longest periods of time. And we have known numerous cooperatives getting bailed out by the state because it used to be under the state cooperative commissioner. Ever since the takeover of that function by RBI, what's the change that has been noticed on the asset side as well as the regulatory side?
Very good question, sir. Most of those banks that you talked about have been in existence for 100 years. They were there even before RBI was formed. So there was a built-in culture of dedication and service towards community. Earlier they were all community banks. Then they became banks of those particular geographies, like all these banks are mostly Mumbai, Pune based. Regional. But when RBI, now that earlier it was under dual control, either it would be the state government or under multi-state under the central government. And now all the banking functions are regulated by RBI. What is increasingly happening is that there were 2,000 banks earlier, now there are only about 1472 left. So there will be consolidation. There will be others who will go out of business, which is a good thing.
Or get absorbed.
Or get absorbed.
Like New India.
Like New India and other things. So this process will go on. But we fail to understand that the cooperative movement has its own merits. If you see European Union, 40% of the citizens of European unions are member of cooperatives. If you go to France, Germany, Italy, everywhere, Rabobank and other big examples.
Even in the US, thrift societies.
And when that 2008 crisis happened, the credit unions there, they didn't go down under. Usually well-run cooperatives, because profit is not the motive, it is service to the community. That is the motive. Cooperatives, if they are well-run, that if is a big question mark, I agree. But if they are well-run, they are they derive the efficiencies of capitalism. Because we can compete with anybody, if you have adopt the best practices, you can derive. And have the Marxist, I'm sitting in the mandir of capitalism, but even then I'm saying the distribution is good in Marxism, So that distribution, ultimately, for instance, me, I'm a shareholder of the bank, right? Yes. But if I am the chairman, in my bank it is a tradition that if you are the chairman, like earlier my father at one point was the chairman, we do not take any sitting fees. I come to the office in my own car. Zero this thing, because it is service to that particular organization. So we think very long term. When we select members for the board also, we think whether they are people of means, that they are not dependent on the bank. If they are people of means, then, and if they are professional, if they can contribute, then and then only we allow them. And then we will not allow politicians or anybody else. No, nothing doing. So if they are professionally run, what do cooperatives bring to the table? First is that on the asset side, your loans are cheaper with cooperatives. And on the liability side, we offer better rates. So in effect, we are working on a lesser NIM, and that is absolutely fine for us, because we are not praying to that Trimurti, that trinity of market, capital and profit. We are looking at the community. So we want to become an organization like, you see, Amul, IFCO, Saraswat. Our balance sheets are like, next year Saraswat will be a 1 lakh crore organization. We are already zero net NPA 3 years in a row. So there is a case for cooperatives in this country. There is a case for, good institutions. I'll give you 100 examples. Vijay Sales was a 150 square foot shop. Their first loans were by Saraswat Bank. Okay, today they have 200 all over India. Every other day, yesterday there was Badway Engineering share, Supriya Life Sciences. All of them, their first loans, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh rupees, about 30, 40 years ago. And still they are with us. Now, once they become bigger, all these banks run with offer letters behind them. But they never leave us, because that is the connect. We believe that we create entrepreneurs. Infosys, the first loans were given by Saraswat.
Wow. And I also think that the concept of borrower being a shareholder in the cooperative sector makes a lot of difference, plus the intimacy with which you know your borrower as well as your depositor, is it?
Absolutely. And that is what is ultimately the test, because we know that we are here in their service. We are not in the service of the market. We are not in the service of, that is what. So I think we will set an example, banks like Shamrao Vittal or others, we will set an example in this country. Look at Amul. Amul works in an environment in which they compete with other banks. Today Saraswat is bigger than some private sector banks. They are bigger than almost all, except for AU, all small finance banks. So there is a case where, with good governance, you can run cooperatives and they can be, the future for at least, initial strugglers, those who want to set up their businesses, there is a case for cooperatives in this country.
So, we trust that all the questions are over. Yeah? Okay.
Gautam sir has already answered that, the strong purpose delivers the best company, and there's all companies, all his customers are associated. I am just asking to Swati madam specifically because she's also from HR. I also come from an HR background. When there's a difficult situation at private organization, public organization, there's a crisis, profits going down. So any particular example which you would like to, anybody, but when starting with Swati madam, can share where when there's a difficult situation, all ethics committee, all value system is under testing. So in such situation, how do you go about it? And then Gautam sir can conclude with how they could have gone when there are down situation, when the market is going down, all other systems failing, and you are into a trouble. Like Corona also is one of the situations. So in such situation, I think the ethics, is an important question comes, because this is a cost, right? When you are in profit, you invest, onto putting ethics committee and so many systems and all. But when the profits are going down, market is into trouble. In such situation, any example you want to say, and what are the factors which you look into when to bounce back, with ethics? Thanks.
So, to me, it is like, when the income in our family goes down for whatever reason, we don't stop eating food, right? It is like, ethics is like that. Whatever situation the company goes through, there could be COVID, there could be a market incident which impacts your bank or any other organization. So these are difficult times all of us go through. But you can't drop the ball on ethics. Because if you decide to work the wrong way, then you are only propagating that downfall for yourself. That's not going to help. The time at this point is to all come together to look at how do we come out of this situation, proudly. I've not gone through a situation where we were, at a low and we had to really look at what is to be done. But I think ethics is a non-negotiable. We spoke earlier on about a top performer and following unethical practices. We all, I took the example of Wells Fargo and what happened. The kind of pressure the organization put on their employees, forced the employees, I don't know whether I should say forced the employees, but the employees used unethical practices, right? Everybody, including the board, turned a blind eye because numbers were coming. But see what happened, right? The day this came out, that there were millions of fraudulent customer accounts that were opened, we all know what happened after that, right? So that route, I think that's a no-entry route. And let's not even try and go there to try and bring back our organizations. So that's my take on this situation.
All right, so that brings us to the end of a very, very interesting session. We start off with another interesting session for all of you. This session is titled "The Customer is King, Reputation Championed by Innovation and Communication." So I have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Renu Basu, who will be the moderator for this session.
Thank you. Please take your seat. So this is something I think all of us on this panel are very passionate about, and I have the wonderful opportunity to moderate this session, which I'm really looking forward to. So it's about the customer is king, reputation championed by innovation and communication. So I'd really like to thank Mr. Kunte of IOD and the entire team for organizing this conference, because it's such an opportune time to reflect and pause and think about governance and growth through reputation, insights from our wonderful state, Maharashtra. So good afternoon to all of you and to my fellow panelists. We are extremely proud of Maharashtra's vision, and I stand here with a huge sense of responsibility. So the saying, the customer is king, is a classic business principle, emphasizing the importance and prioritizing customer satisfaction, treating them with respect and care. So, when we joined, when I started my career about 40 years ago, and I used to say, oh, customer's king, people used to kind of just laugh at me because they thought, everybody's trying to protect their own territory and turf. But it was not about that, because we truly believed in it, based on a lot of what we learned through our career. So, it really highlights it highlights the idea that all businesses rely on customers for achieving their vision. I mean, whether you're in business of selling FMCG goods or hotels or airlines or even doctors, that's a very noble profession, or accountants or lawyers, they all have a customer at the end of the day. So, it makes them, it's a crucial part of the institution's success. And I will be alternating words of investor and customer because we're talking about Maharashtra state. So to begin with, I share a quote from our founding father who shaped India's independence, M.K. Gandhi. A customer is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. He is not an interruption of our work. He is the purpose of it. He is not an outsider of our business. He is part of it. We are not doing him a favor by serving him. He is doing us a favor by giving us the opportunity to do so. I know a lot of us have heard this and seen it, but I just thought it's a good reminder for all of us to where we need to begin from. So why is customer king? It's a dependency. To generate financial growth without investors or customers, a business just cannot survive. Power. Investors and customers have the power of choice to where they want to spend their money. You also have the opportunity of building loyalty and creating long-term value for your brand or your company. And loyalty is one of the most important assets in business. And for me, I believe advocacy is very, very critical, especially, the business that I have spent most of my life in. It is one of the most powerful mediums. That positive word of mouth is worth a huge equity. So all satisfied customers would also recommend creating positive word of mouth marketing, and they can also bash you up quite badly. So you need to be very careful about that. And about customer perception. So the perception investors or customers have is very crucial because that attracts capital into your businesses, and therefore businesses thrive. So where did the concept evolve from? It's been around for very, very long. It goes back to centuries. But its application has evolved with the changing business landscape. So traditionally it meant providing good customer service, ensuring satisfaction and addressing their needs. But today, with the power of data and technology, which is obviously, we all know, playing a very important role in shaping the future of customer service, it is strengthened by encompassing stronger relationships, understanding needs, and anticipating the expectations. I mean, while we have technology, the human being can never be replaced. And it will never happen, whatever technology comes in. Technology is an enabler. It makes our lives simpler, but we need a human being. Nations operate like that. Businesses operate like that. It also goes beyond service. It's about being proactive, innovative, and personalized. So the customer and being king is a reminder that business should always prioritize customers and strive to create a positive experience. So also harmonizing the power of AI. There's a lot about AI. It's completely taking over our lives with a human touch. I mentioned that human touch is essential to deliver exceptional customer experiences. And all of us on the panel have played a very important part with the personal touch for creating value for the organizations that we have worked for. Today, organizations are prioritizing data-driven insights, and it's required. But to be more personalized and proactive, we need data. So this means ensuring customer satisfaction, loyalty, and advocacy forms a strong value chain in which happy customers translate to happy investors. So it is of great significance on how customer-centric innovation and strategic communication are reshaping corporate reputation in today's business environment. And today's theme is about reputation, and I have always believed and been driven by this, that businesses that are transactional have a very limited lifespan. So one has to stay relevant and resonate with all stakeholders. We have to build long-term value, and we can do that by being authentic, being purpose-driven, impacting the lives of all stakeholders. And stakeholders, not only the customer, it is your shareholders, your employees, your customers, your vendors, including the ecosystem, which is the government, regulators, the community. And of course, today I'm really happy to say that the ecological environment has become a very critical stakeholder, the E of ESG. And in business, continuity is the anchor that keeps business purpose alive. So I have to talk about the Tata Group because I've spent most of my life in this wonderful group. The Tata Group is a compelling case in point. It's been around for over 150 years, and where continuity is not a passive inheritance, but a deliberate practice. So Jamshedji Tata envisioned many institutes and organizations. So let's take a very simple example of continuity of higher education in India. And his son, Dorabji Tata, carried his vision forward by establishing the Indian Institute of Science. We all know what the Indian Institute of Science has done for our country. It's a foundation for India's scientific advancements. And the later leaders and the current leaders stay true to the founder's vision and goals by expanding the group's initiatives in lots of areas. So what emerges through Jamshedji Tata is an argument for continuity as more than a tradition. It is an evolving legacy that serves as both as compass and an anchor. And without continuity, the impact of the group would not have reached such great consequences. Instead, their legacy is continually renewed by successive leaders. The Tata story suggests that if family businesses seek to last, their purpose must be deliberately preserved and adapted across generations. And that is what has really kept the Tata Group in existence for so long. And I will just share one more quote because that really drives a lot of us in the companies we work for, is Jamshedji Tata believed that in a free enterprise, the community is not another stakeholder in business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence. And that is what has driven the group. So obviously when you work for a group like that, you understand the importance of reputation, brand, authenticity, integrity. So I'm really glad and blessed that I had the opportunity to work for an organization like this. So I just want to spend a little time on the brand. What do we understand what a brand is? So a brand is really defined. In fact, in the earlier session, I just managed to hear someone, and they mentioned that reputation is part of the marketing department's agenda. I mean, I heard very little, so please excuse me, I didn't hear the whole story. But the point is, reputation is everybody's role in the organization, from the chairman to the managing director to his immediate reportees to everybody who's delivering the product or service. So please don't ever think that reputation belongs to one person. Everybody in the organization plays an important role in building that reputation. So it is always, brand is considered to be intangible asset included but not limited to logos, names, terms, signs, symbols, so thereby generating economic benefits. But the brand supports the reputation and the reputation impacts the brand. Both are equally important. So a strong brand and a positive reputation are very crucial for attracting customers, retaining employees, and building trust. So for me and for you to take back is really reputation, the collective perception of the customers, the employees, the investors, and the public. So based on experience, reputation is formed through direct interactions, and that's why everybody in the value chain is very critical in shaping the reputation of an organization. It is word of mouth, media coverage, and other external factors. So like I said earlier, the underlying theme here is about reputation. So for me, personally, reputation is everything. And I've always believed that your reputation precedes you. It's been my North Star. I've believed in this with a deep sense of conviction, and anybody who's doing anything should always consider thinking about what is your reputation when you're doing, what is your credibility when you're meeting customers, when you're talking to people. It's a very, very critical thing, and it comes with two factors. In fact, I was having lunch with somebody, and he said it's about parampara. It is very true. It is about your personal and organizational values, and they get reinforced in a lot of interactions as you start off. And it just gets stationed and embedded deep into your system when you work for an organization because you spend so much time there. So it's a way of conducting oneself. It's about operating with integrity, being responsible, pursuing excellence in everything you do, and having a pioneering spirit, and of course, unity based on trust and mutual respect. So these are the values that are deeply embedded in our DNA. It's become a way of life for me and a lot of my colleagues at the Tata Group. And sometimes you really feel, oh my God, you pinch yourself and say, my God, I'm lucky I worked for an organization like that, because there's never a dharam sankat, So a reputation, a positive one, is often the result of innovation and effective communication. So based on deep customer insights, one develops innovative solutions to create new products, services, or processes that improve an organization's standing. So while communication ensures that stakeholders understand the value and benefits of these innovations, they are both deeply intertwined, innovation and communication, to build a strong reputation. So I just want to quickly touch on building and sustaining legacy narratives, that involve creating enduring stories that capture an institution's values, accomplishments, and impact to inspire future generations. And this, again, I have learned from the group that I have been nurtured in. It's a very well-defined process. It's more than just about sharing facts. It's about crafting a very compelling narrative that resonates emotionally and provides a sense of meaning. So by carefully crafting these and sustaining these legacy narratives, individuals and organizations can leave a lasting impact and inspire future generations. Another organization that comes to my mind is the State Bank of India. It's got a legacy. There are stories. I mean, there is a particular, a sense of gravitas a person carries when you meet somebody from a state bank or a Tata Group or a Hindustan Lever. There's something in your head that will say, squeaky clean. So that is the kind of thing that one has to endeavor. So I also want to take a few minutes to talk about brand strength, which is, earlier we used to just hear about brand strong. They were all anecdotes and stories. But there are organized, it's really about the efficiency of a brand's performance in intangible measures relative to its competitors. There are organizations that have refined, I call it the art and science of looking at brand strength. So there's an organization called Brand Finance that evaluates brand strength in a very process-compliant manner, looking at marketing investment, stakeholder equity, and impact of those in business performance. So that is something that has been a recent phenomenon, about maybe 15 years, and picked up speed in the last 8 years. And I do personally believe leaders make all the difference. Because CEOs are the guardians of the companies who act as catalysts of building and protecting the brand. So it would be relevant for me to just talk about the same organization has introduced a concept called the Brand Guardian Index. And I cannot explain how important it is to have a good leader, because every time you go through a crisis, the leader gives you inspiration to take that adversity and turn it into an opportunity. And I came across this Brand Guardian Index, I just wanted to say that this score matrix puts focus on public perceptions, evaluating CEOs based on their leadership, brand management, long-term value creation, with an emphasis on ethical leadership. I think ethical leadership is very critical today. We have seen a lot of organizations across the world just lose it because there was lack of ethics in their leadership and global responsibility. They've been acknowledged for their skill in navigating a fast-evolving global market while maintaining strong ethical standards. And also, they have reinforced India's influence on global corporate leadership. So, since India holds the key to growth in the new world order, it is relevant that we talk about Indian companies to just give all of you a flavor. So, these companies have made significant impacts within the industries and demonstrated exceptional growth and resilience. And they have benchmarks in innovation and customer satisfaction. Innovation is very critical, otherwise we will never move forward and we will not have the standing that we have today in the world. So there were 9 Indian brand guardians going from banking to conglomerates to IT service and telecommunications, and they have exhibited exceptional leadership with focusing on leveraging artificial intelligence. So what were the critical drivers of CEO reputation? Is genuinely caring for employees, because today it's become very critical, on genuine care for employees, because they are really the people who carry your organizations forward. Reflecting heightened expectations for empathy in leadership amid economic uncertainty. And what I was very happy to see was about mental health. There's a lot of emphasis on mental health challenges, and CEOs are paying attention to that, and rapid technological changes. So the key drivers included words like positive change, trustworthy, understanding the needs of customers, sustainability, strategy and vision, commitment for creating value for customers, employees, stakeholders, much of everything I had said earlier. I mean, I came across this Brand Guardian Index much later, but I'm just saying about the positive strength, strengthening the brand's presence, coupled with a focus on building trust, effective leadership. And of course, customer-centric approach have played a crucial role in driving and enhancing the brand's presence. So the 9 Indian brand guardians are basically the CEO of HDFC Bank, the CEO of the Tata Group, the CEO of Reliance Group, CEO of HCL Technology, CEO of Mahindra, CEO of Larsen & Toubro. So basically, just to summarize, so Indian CEOs are showcasing remarkable leadership, guiding their brands to international recognition and helping shape India's economic future. By prioritizing trust, sustainability, and long-term growth, they've not only taken their companies to global heights, but also strengthened India's standing as an evolving economic powerhouse. And Maharashtra is a very critical part of India's powerhouse. So embracing digital transformation, AI, empowering their teams, they have driven innovation, harnessed technology, and played a key role in both global business and India's rise in the world stage. So businesses evolved into brands through a combination of strategies that create a unique and memorable identity, including defining their target audience, creating a compelling value proposition, developing a brand personality, designing brand assets, and consistently applying them through all channels, including behaviors. Consistent repeatability is the mantra. And also this process involves adapting to market changes and customer preferences and maintaining core values. And of course, I've spoken enough about legacy, but enduring legacy is a key strength. And this really happens through continuity, storytelling, and making the group successful. So thank you very much for your patience in listening to me. I'd like to call upon Alessandro to take on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Renu, for this amazing introduction. Thank you, Mr. Kunte and Preeti, for this great topic for the day. And I've been here 13 years, and I've been blessed with a few very interesting experiences from the point of view of branding and in the opposite directions. But I will take the relay from your passionate speech about Tata and the recognition of the brand, because when I started, Mr. Ratan Tata was on our advisory board, and the first time he came to the school, we took a picture together. From that year, for 13 years, that picture has been on our brochure.
Okay. It has a very special place in his heart.
But that to tell you how we really use that as a reputation, because the Tata Group stands for that in India, and we started leveraging on that. So I brought to India the India campus of SDA Bocconi School of Management, which many of you might not know. It's a problem with my branding, but I will explain you why. We are number 4 in the world in the rankings of Financial Times, so we're above Harvard, MIT, and Stanford. This is good branding. We have been in Italy for 120 years, and 13 years ago we decided to start in India. And it's been a very challenging exercise from the point of view of branding, because it came from a self-referring school, because in Italy there is SDA Bocconi and the rest. So it means everything, finance, business, and everything. And that's their kind of branding. Just SDA, everybody knows what it is and what it stands for. When I came to India, nobody knew about SDA Bocconi. Yet it's a global brand, so you have to keep that global branding going on, which was the good decision. That's why it's not widely known in India yet. It's well known in the areas where we want to be known, so mainly in corporates, and more specifically with the CHROs, and in colleges and students, because I have totally different audiences. I have 2 products that I sell. I always say I sell courses to students, and I sell students to corporates. Okay, so that's again a very different kind of branding that I cannot go out and communicate these 2 different audiences on newspapers and so on. So we've done a little bit of branding, but also because we didn't want to do for other reasons. But we have, I would say we have leveraged the strength with communication, the strength of innovation that we decided to bring to India. So we had to make a difference in a country where there are 5,000 business schools, of which at least 20 are very good business schools with a very strong heritage. And so it was not easy. So we decided to focus on areas where we were strong, and we thought we could give something. And our communication and branding has been consistently on that. So on global exposure, for sure, because all our faculty, 85% still comes from abroad, and the students go abroad. On soft skills, because it's something that India needs a lot, and on which Italians are quite strong. Yeah. And in Corporate Connect, we are number 1 in the world for custom programs with corporates. So for us, the connection with the corporates is extremely important. That's why we chose Powai. We are working distance with a lot of corporates. So that was the challenge, and I must say it's been a little bit of a pullback for the first years, because we had to respect the global guidelines that give somehow the reputation. And more we managed to get that into the mind of the people. There we decided also, since we needed to go out a little bit more, at the beginning, as in any startup, because it is a startup, we focus more on the founder, which is me. So at the beginning, all the focus of the communication, the activities was on me, and I was in the front line of everything. Now, little by little, we have grown the structure. The brand in the areas where we wanted it to be known is known, and I've started to do some more proper branding of the institution and stepping back, at least in certain areas, in certain functions. For sure, I'm always number 1 when there is a crisis situation. And that's another thing that I had a lot of learning in India, because the branding in India of MBA schools is totally different from the branding abroad. And the reputation is built on totally different things, starting from the average package of placement, which doesn't come into the picture abroad. So it's been a lot of learning with one of the two audiences that is very dangerous because kids, as I call them, though they are MBA students, they are very savvy with social networks. So anything that you say, if it's not fully transparent true, it goes on all the platforms that you can imagine. There's no way back, especially for a school that was getting in. So social media has been a big challenge to understand how to master. And tying back to what was being said before, we never replied to anything on social media, even if it's totally fake. We have for sure a lot of enemies, competitors that post things that are not correct. We stay well away from that, and we keep the bar straight on our communication that is on the things that we do, on the innovation. We focus a lot on innovation. Our Divo Lab on innovation is the #1 in Europe. We're #1 in Europe for research grants from the European community. So we focus a lot on that. It's a slower path, but especially with a big brand, global brand in the back, it's a path that does the path, I think, and it's paying back. Now we're doing very well. We have 800 MBA students full-time, plus the executive, and we do hundreds of custom programs every year with a great recognition of the brand in those communities. If I may take 3 more minutes, I jump on my other hats, the one of the president of the Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce and partner of Vaishali S. Couture. That has been 2 different challenges, the opposite. With Vaishali S, it's a brand that, fashion brand, high fashion, that uses only handloom. And our mission has been to save the dying hand weaving techniques. So the challenge in branding has been to rebrand crafts, not as crafts, but as luxury. And it has cost us a lot because we canceled all the clients that we had across the world. So for 3 years, we have sold nothing B2B, and we have sold only little bit online, growing, but we wanted to I wanted to transform the brand to the first Indian global luxury brand because the design is global, but we only use hand weaves. So that has paid a lot already abroad. It has been easier abroad, so Vaishali has become the first Indian woman to be accepted at the Paris Haute Couture shows, where we've been showcasing now for 5 years. In India, it's coming now after 5 years. It's more difficult because for many reasons, but that has been another branding exercise, very good, where we have had to keep the bar very straight. And believe me, there are many times where you tend to say, we should do that, so we do some sales. No, we have kept the bar straight, and now it's getting there. A little bit the same thing is happening with India. I'm selling India, okay? So when I became the president, I said, we cannot just sit back and wait for Italian companies to come. Everybody has burnt their fingers in India in the past years. So I opened 2 offices. We have 6 in India. I opened 2 in Italy. And every month we do a talk about India, because people still don't know. So India's done an amazing job of visibility abroad, but still people don't know when you go to the basic, and Italy has SMEs. So the entrepreneur that comes with his bag and opens or does agreements across the table at lunch with another SMEs. So there the branding has been, again, to show the power of India, the potential of India, not hiding that it's difficult. It's a very difficult country, but it's much easier than it was before. And that's also quite a challenging thing, but which in this period it goes very well, because the other side of the world has become more dangerous, and Europe is not doing well. But that also has been, so I must say that it's been quite exciting these 13 years in trying to do these different challenges.
Well, thank you, Alessandro and Renu. But thank you, Mr. Sitaram Kunde, IOD, the sponsors for this event, and everyone that's sitting in the ring and all the panelists here. Very happy to be here and talk to you a little bit about the work that I do. But before I do that, can I ask everyone a question? Do you know what a Global Capability Center is? What is a GCC? Just a show of hands. Yeah, you read about this in the newspapers every day, yeah? Yeah, thank you.
The largest occupiers of lease space these days.
The largest occupiers of lease space.
The largest employer for me.
The largest employer for Alessandro. We read about this in the GCCs every day. From a personal perspective, when I started in this space about 25 years ago, if I went and told someone I worked for a GCC, there was nothing called a GCC at that time. But they would say, you're in a back office, what the heck are you doing? You're wasting your time. It was very difficult. Today, when I talk to someone and say I work in a GCC, people say, yeah, we know what you do. So this industry has come a long way, and India has created this brand, if you will, called GCC, which we all know about, not just in India, but if you go to Hungary, you go to Poland, you go to Mexico, you go to Costa Rica, all of them have a GCC, and they call it a GCC. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how we got there and the story of that. But let me ask you this question. When you hear 1,700 GCCs in India, $50 billion in revenue, going to 2,500 GCCs, employing more than 3 million people, and contributing to $150 billion in revenue, is that true? Show of hands. Will that happen by 2030? Very few hands. Okay, let me tell you a stat. So I was just doing some research yesterday, and I looked up how many GCCs opened up in the last 3 years, 2022, 23, 24. Take a guess, how many GCCs opened up in a year? 10, 20, 30. 120 GCCs on average every year. And I said, well, let me take a fact check on my personal experience. And when I left the country in about 2015, 2016, came back in 23, the number of GCCs at that time was around 700. When I came back, it was 1,450. Do the math. It's more than 2 GCCs every week since 2016. This is real. Now, this is not going away. This is actually going to explode. And early in the morning, the CEO of MIDC, he said Maharashtra needs about $125 billion by 2030. Well, GCCs are going to add $100 billion in the next 5 years. And if Maharashtra gets 30% of that, guess what? 25% of his need is met. So if there's one industry he needs to focus on, let's focus on the GCC. But how did we get here? So when I started off with GE Capital, it worked out very well for my marriage. My father-in-law thought it was a really great company. It was. He didn't know what I was doing, though. I would wear a tie, wear a jacket, go to work at 1:30 in the night, do the graveyard shift, and look at checks and see if the signature was wrong, reconcile that, put it on an Excel spreadsheet, send it back to the US. That's what I was doing. There were others like me who were MBAs, graduates, people with experience. We didn't really know what we were doing. We thought we'd made a mistake. But each one of us was very committed. Each one of us would go in every day and say, we've got to do something different with this. We will make something out of it. And so there's a professor, some of you in the Tata Group as well may have worked with Professor Nirmal Kumar from the London School of Business. He says, we started giving this work, this mundane work, an injection of intelligence. And that injection of intelligence that we started giving it created a brand. It still does today. Whenever we go out and we ask for business or we want to expand a business, they say, everyone in the world says, well, it's amazing how many people want to come into work every day to write a piece of code or get on a call center job and then figure out how to do things differently. We've built a reputation over time of doing this work really, really well. Worked really well for us, right? And then we started at that time, early days, beginning to call ourselves a captive. That was the first attempt at branding the work that we did. We hated that term. We didn't have a different term. Fast forward a few more years, and as we brought more and more work into the country, we started getting much better at it, and we started building what you would say domain knowledge. Madam Kamla spoke about this in the morning. No matter what we do with technology, if we don't have the domain knowledge, it would be very difficult. And in our space, we do work across the board. We do work in HR, we do work in finance, we do work in IT, we do work in marketing and sales and analytics. The amount of knowledge that we have built in India through this work is tremendous. We started Lehman and I was at Lehman, 2008, caused a little bit of a reputation crisis for the world. We started Lehman from a small conference center at what used to be the Intercontinental Hotel at the Bombay airport. I think it's called something else now. The plan was to hire 500 people and make it a 500 people IT center. As leaders and as managers of the business, we said this was not good enough. We knew much more now. We were not stuck, 5 years or 10 years ago. We had ambition. We knew what we wanted to do and what we could do. So my CEO said, why don't you go ahead and make a plan? So I made a plan. Plan was 3,000 people. He was like, what are you smoking? I said, well, we can do this. He took his briefcase and he went to the offices in New York and all over the world. In 3 years, we were 4,000 people. Other companies were doing the same thing. We were not the only ones doing it. Think JP Morgan, think Citibank, think any of the other companies you know about. Everyone was doing the same thing and building out this business. We were bringing at this time a different way of working. We were bringing innovation in management. We were bringing innovation in doing global delivery across centers, and we were bringing roles and work to India and doing it in a way that it had never been done before. Again, fast forward a little more to where we are today. Now we say companies are actually beginning to build products. Global companies are sending work to us to do engineering work, whether it's for Boeing, whether it's for other heavy engineering or automobiles, but we're also building products and services back from here. Indian companies now in our space are beginning to build patents. And the patents we are filing, again, Professor Nirmal Kumar would say, by forward citation, the number of patents and the quality of patents that are coming out of India from these centers is equal to anyone. That's the kind of work we're doing. So we're now innovating in product. And the reason I tell you this story is this is how we've built the GCCs. We started calling it captive. When we started bringing multi-function centers, we started calling it Global In-House Centers, or GICs. Again, didn't like the term. We now say we are Global Capability Centers because we build these capabilities and manage these capabilities for the world. And with that, I think the GCC was born. If there's one story or one message that I'll leave you with, there's innovation, there's communication. We've got to do all of that, but at the end of it, reputation, big deal. The bottom line for me is only quality has a future. Anything that you do, whether it's a stakeholder relationship, whether it's a product, whether it's a process, whether it's your employee engagement, managing a disgruntled employee, or bringing on someone new and training them, if we can do this with the high quality attention and care that is needed, I think we will make fabulous brands and reputations. Things will always go bad in one way or the other, but we will be able to manage that if we have high quality in the work that we do. Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody has set the stage for what I'm going to be talking now, and mine is a pure hands-on practitioner's viewpoint. I'll be talking about customer is king, truly, responsiveness in the age of technology. So my entire learning and my experience is about being responsive to the customer. So I first talk about the customer. Now there is a shift that all of us are living. And this shift is that the customers today are more informed, they are more connected,
and their expectations have risen. It's happened to all, not just our customers, but it's also including us as individuals. The learning curves have become shorter, and the customers they have lesser patience now than they ever did. Now, the best thing here is that the industry lines have blurred, which means that when a customer compares a company with another company, he's comparing the best experience of a particular function. So I'll just take Amazon, for example. When we're talking about delivery, Amazon has set certain delivery standards. So whether we are dealing with a bank, or we are dealing with an apparel, or we've ordered something, we still think of delivery in that manner. So the lines between industries now have blurred, and we are now not benchmarking ourselves against our competitors, that is against people who are from our own industry, but the best in any industry, because that's the last experience that the customer has had. Now coming next to technology. Now technology is an enabler, but not a replacer. It might sound strange, because most of us in our minds have it that when we have technology, we will reduce the number of people. But technology has definitely helped us, everybody sitting here, again as individuals also. So technology has made things faster, with scale, with consistency, and with data. As well as it has made all transactions more efficient. So the intention of technology should not be just to automate or to reduce human beings or to reduce human work, but it should be to enhance responsiveness. So when we talk about enhancing responsiveness, we are talking about better resolutions, more empathy. Now I'll just give you an example of what I'm trying to place here. If we are dealing with a chatbot, for example, so if 5 times I'm asking a certain question and I'm getting the same answer, that's one way of doing it. The other one is that when I'm talking to a voice bot, it's not able to pick that I'm irritated and I'm angry. And that's where this responsiveness comes. So we need to use technology to support better service and to improve resolution. So what exactly is responsiveness? Responsiveness is trust in action. So here what happens is that the customer decides, we may talk big things, but the customer decides whether we truly are listening as a company and whether we truly care. So responsiveness is not about giving a great response. That is, a very good polished English with just the right words. And it's also not about the speed. It's not that, I've just sent a mail and I get an immediate response saying that, we will get back to you in so much time. So it's neither about speed nor is it about the language. But responsiveness, I'll give you an example. About 2 days back, 2-3 days back, one of my friends called me and she was a victim of an attempted fraud. She just about managed to save her money. She went to a bank branch and, she expected them to do certain things. Some actions they took immediately, and some they said that they would get back, they needed to do, put a debit card in place, etc. Now for 10 days, nothing great happened. So if you really look at it, what were her expectations? Her expectations were that somebody understood her, that somebody did what they had committed that they would do. And that is what responsiveness is all about. And now when we talk about technology and responsiveness, which actually means reputation in a way, because every transaction that the customer does is building reputation for a company. Now, even when we talk about digital, we'll say that, okay, we have products which are completely digital. There is absolutely no human intervention. But even in a digital journey, a customer expects some kind that he's understood. The customer expects that the experience is a human experience, even in a fully digitized setup. So fintechs, banks, so somewhere in our minds, we tend to think that technology means that the human interaction or human experience has to reduce, and which is not the way it should be. Another example of technology and reputation. And I'm talking about technology because that's the path that we are taking, and we think, there's a way out over there, is that how easy it is for any customer of any organization to reach the company itself. So are we stuck in an IVR that keeps taking us round and round, or are we stuck in a chatbot, or with all the artificial intelligence that we have, are we stuck somewhere? So reaching a company itself is very important, and I'll actually talk to you about many years ago. I just remembered there was a time when we used to actually take newspapers, buy newspapers and see, is there some mention about us somewhere? That's the kind of, that's how we used to track reputation. Now with all these modern ways of doing it and with all the social media in place, what's very important is that the customer is able to reach the company, and only after the customer reaches the company will the next step of responsiveness start. So humanizing interactions is very central, and one we need to remember is that human beings haven't changed in the last, God knows, 1,000 years, because there are 3 events broadly when people require another human experience. And one is when you're buying something new, when you're doing something new, that's when you're onboarding, that's when a person needs help. The second is when you're in trouble. Even when Google Maps don't work and we're stuck on the road somewhere, we need a human experience. We need some kind of human to interact with us. And third is when we are, of course, parting ways. So interactions need to be humanized, and the companies need to become more responsive. Now, these are transactions. So these are one-on-one transactions where trust keeps getting built up. But there are some things, and which I very strongly believe in, which I'll share with you now, is how companies can hold this thing together, because it's all a long-term thing. Reputation is not a one-day event. It's a very long-term thing. So here, there are 4 pillars which I think that every company needs to follow for sustenance of reputation. The first one is organizational intent. So what is the intention of the organization? Now this will come from, there needs to be clarity from the person who's right at the top, and Renu spoke about that, is that intention has to pass on till the last person who's actually dealing and delivering. So there is this entire line of clarity, and if there is clarity, it gets communicated in that particular manner. The second important thing is, and I'll give an example of American Express. I've been dealing with them for the last 10 years, and every time I make a call, they make sure that there is a resolution. They are not measuring, is it taking average handle time, is it 10 seconds, is it 2 minutes? Even if it takes 15 minutes to complete something, they take that kind of time. That means somewhere the management or the leadership has informed or has clarified that that is the intent. The second thing is conducive structure. So it's just not enough to have a good, intent expressed. What is also important is that the structure is conducive to deliver that intent. So do you have a person in the company who represents the customer? Are there good listening posts that feedback can be collected and action can be taken? So conducive structure is the second thing which empowers people to act and have smooth transition of the work that they're doing. The third important thing is contextual measurement. So are we measuring in context? That means for an American Express, is it important to understand whether resolution has happened? Or is it important for them to know, okay, my average handle time has been so much? So are we measuring that which is easily available, or are we measuring that which is useful to a company? Now coming to the last bit is a culture of continuous improvement. So no company which is of any repute thinks that, yes, I have arrived and now I'm done. There has to be a culture of continuous improvement, which again depends upon leadership behavior as to what questions leaders are asking and how this has to be taken forward. So these pillars are very important to take and to sustain the reputation that has been built and how it can be improved. And last but not the least, I'll just summarize it by saying that responsiveness is not a task, it's a mindset. And it shows whether we value customers' time, their trust, and their voice. So it's just not action, it actually needs that kind of feeling that the customer should have that, yes, this particular company values me. And being responsive is the clearest proof that customer is king, and that still holds true.
Thank you, Satinder ji. Sitaram ji, thanks very much for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I stand in this August hall. Behind me used to be the ACC counter, and somewhere over there used to be the Tata counter. And this place used to be filled with people transacting by moving their fingers. So if you listen deeply, intently, the stock going up and down, the quantity being available will all come to your mind. Having said that context, I've been asked to express my views on reliability, repeatability leading to sustainability, and therefore extending the life of an organization, meaning make it from a business to an institution. And the standing example for that is the Tata Group. मैं तो कहता हूँ Tata एक सोच है, right? You don't have to have millions and billions of dollars to think like them. And that holds true for the Unilever, the Hindustan Liver processes and all those things. Therefore, in my opinion, that is what one should aim for. But before I start expanding upon that, I'll give you a little introduction. One of the things that was not mentioned in my introduction is the fact that I belong to this tribe of independent directors. And our roles have vastly changed from just being compliance custodians to actively participating in the boardroom discussions. And today, I personally think that when I sit on the board, I must contribute to the business. Therefore, I need to be prepared. I need to know the industry. And I'm beginning to think that I must specialize in one vertical within the board setup. So I have things to do with agriculture economy, which started off as a hobby and a pastime, but is now becoming the forte. So my business, Basis Fund Services, has two verticals that are relevant to our context here. Way back in 2006, I was ordained. I use the word ordained with purpose, that I had to start a KPO, the earliest form of a GCC, right? And so much so that I had to prove that I was whiter than white, because after first 6 months of no work, when I went back to prospects, they say you survived. So it was very important to survive, and I think that holds true even today. The businesses that survive the longest are liked by the customers, and therefore one realizes that flipping businesses actually means disappointing the customers a little bit, because when you flip businesses, what happens is minds change, ideas change, objectives change, and the customer remains there. And if they don't like it, they have to change the organization, even if they don't want to. So longevity in a business is very important, and therefore, from the beginning, one of the focus is to be a slow burn and a low burn, and moving gradually. And I often believe that top line is vanity, bottom line is sanity, and cash is king. The other thing that we must realize, that although I come from the private equity industry, private equity is not a free lunch. It is probably the costliest form of financing, and the same Damocles sword hangs over your head as it would have been if you had borrowed. except that borrowing costs less because it is tax deductible. And therefore, coming back to setting up this company at that time, I had to prove I was whiter than white, and then I remember we had set up biometric devices on every desktops in order to ensure that we maintain information secrecy, because that is what we were working on then. And I remember at that time saying no to a graveyard shift, because I said, in order for this to be successful, my client must be a little more cooperative than he normally would have been. And therefore, there is a time between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the evening where if you are well set up, that day's problems and doubts can be solved. And that would have, that resulted in less need to stay over, burn your mind and bodies, because when you sit on graveyard shifts, it actually impacts your body. So I actually went and told my clients that if you insist on graveyard shift, I will have to charge you 3 times over. And they understood, and they were very wise and understanding, I guess. And they said, you have been delivering, and one would remark, and they said, it's almost like we are at the edge of the forest, and we come in the morning, the work is delivered, and we are done. So from there on to today, 9,000 financial statements, reportings every year, assets under servicing of $300 billion in excess, and a $10 billion India book. So I believed in the India story from 2009. I said, there is no story if you don't have an India story. And I'm really happy that direction turns out to be right. We are still very international in our outlook, but our India book is actually growing. What made this possible, and which is relevant to the conversation, is the fact that we always talked about process, people, and technology. People at the heart, process as the method, and technology as the aid. So these three were very, very core to what we did. And this ensured that we did repeatability, reliability, and quality. So when you have repeatability, reliability, and quality, add to the fact that you have set communication protocols that ensures that the business model survives the travesty of time. Because it's been 21 years now, we have seen multiple cycles, 2008, 2012, 2020, and today we are in 2025. But some of those principles remain valuable, and they are relevant even today. Thus, we ended up what I call as scaling the skill, because financial reporting was always considered to be an art. Now, to convert that art into science required these three things, and therefore the concept of PPT here is very important, and in my opinion, that was very relevant in sustaining the business for the longest period of time, and that is what still endears us to our customers. Then we began to move on to legal tech field. Another area which is considered as an art. So our legal tech software has created a platform for automating contracts and agreements, which has enabled people to sit at whatever time they want, push in their information, make it a valuable, virtual, negotiable tool, make it as transparent as possible, and yet within its ecosystem include its customers and even the lawyers on both the sides. So it has actually ended up in kind of reforming the system, and it is
catching on. The benefits of such the PPT concept is, of course, customer delight. It is also very useful, and this applies to all organizations. It is also very useful to be compliant, because today the penalties for not being compliant are very heavy, because the regulators, and we are indirectly regulated by European regulators and Indian regulators directly. So the penalties for not being compliant are heavy. They often run 10 times to the mistake of what you have done. Plus you have financial penalties that can erode your balance sheet. And finally, there are, what's very important is the managing director or the CEO is the custodian of 4 or 5 stakeholders: the government, the employees, the shareholders, the clients, and the vendors. Therefore, there are these stakeholders to whom you are responsible for. Any immature act or any impulsive act can affect in various degrees these stakeholders, especially the employees. We have seen how single mistakes can destroy organizations. So it's like a treadmill every day. To stand in the same place, you need to walk. To move and grow, you need to run on the treadmill. This is a daily affair. And I kind of realized that the customer benefits, the employee benefits, the government benefits through taxes, the shareholders benefit if you have the process, people and technology in place. There's a lot of today tools available to continuously train, to give feedback, to change things on the fly, and we've all developed this over a period of time. So what's the end game here? Services, especially the industry where I come from, has a natural inhibitor. And the natural inhibitor is that a practitioner can do only as much as he is awake. So how do you expand the business and take it to a global stage and make it sustainable? Remember, in order to be sustainable, you've got to be out there every day and grow in whatever pace you want. And therefore, it's very important to grow while you stay steady. I go back to Bhagavad Gita and think about the concept of Sthita Prajna, which means that you are aware of the situation, you are not sleeping, you're awake, and yet you're planning to move forward. Therefore, in my opinion, the concept of PPT will ensure that the business grows, the balance sheet expands, while it brings reliability, repeatability, and quality to service your clients. Thank you.
In India, we often say, "Naam bade aur darshan chote." But the brutal reality today is that naam bhi bada hona chahiye, darshan must be gigantic. And on top of that, Google review must be more than 4.5. So that is what is the reality today, isn't it? So today's customer has become more aware, more demanding, and thanks to social media. So industry where I come from was not focused that much on the patient or end user or customer. It was always focused on healthcare providers. But increasing demand or maybe the influence of social media, the patient centricity has gone up. And I think that is the beautiful things to happen. Now, if you look at today, what we are discussing about the reputations, product and quality was something that was talked for a quite long period of time. But today, what is happening? A good product is just an entry ticket. That's all. If you want to stay in the game, probably your reputation will help. nothing less than that, right? So we are going to, basically I'm going to cover the entire talk in 3 parts, how we can look beyond the product, other aspects, that is the people, process, and obviously the purpose behind this. So when we look at the people, they are very important, who helps you bring in the good reputations, and they work on this. And they say that your reputation walks on 2 legs. And I don't know if we all understand who are those 2 legs. And basically, it is our people. So I will just narrate one example. I was working, doing the field work. In pharmaceutical, we call this field work. We go, we visit doctors. So this was the hospital. And we were visiting intensivists there. Dozens of people were waiting. So intensivists are demigod. We all know that, right? And there were a lot of medical representatives waiting for the call. And our territory manager, Sachin, he just gets inside the clinic, or rather it was a hospital, and immediately after the next patient comes out, and this he was, invited inside. So I just got inside the doctor's chamber. And the discussion was happening, and that actually, changed the way I used to think. This intensivist is asking our Sachin, if you allow, can I prescribe or can I use your competitor's product? So I'm not taking the name purposely. There are just 10 vials lying in the pharmacy. And this girl from that company is behind my life. It was amazing. Can you think what was happening behind this? The impact was not, because of the brand that he was promoting. It was the person behind. And in a similar, I don't know if anyone has, आपने कभी ICU की चाय पी है, भगवान ना करे ऐसा किसी को हो. But the same person, one of the very reputed hospital in Bandra West, maybe the 10th ICU is always, flooded with the top, the high profile people, and this intensivist is very busy. He will not see many people. But we were called inside the ICU, and then we had tea there, right? So why this was happening? Probably this guy was different. It was not the same medical representative, and the kind of reputation he was building or carrying he was very sincere, he was very regular, and that is why he was getting those kind of responses from their customer. So that's the very important part. Like in India, if you look at, even chai wala is having the brand loyalty, but one wrong word, the chai wala becomes bai wala. We all know that. Who will go there, right? So coming back to next point, and that I was talking about the process. If you look at the process becomes the engine behind your trust. If you're not having any process, probably you're not building the trust. Imagine you have your best employee and he has gone on leave, and your customer care, is going on toss. Boss, you have a gym, right? He is the best person. This reflects, but probably you are not having the process in the place. And this is risky. So whether we are building the processes, and let me give you one more example, you will be able to connect with the previous example. This, Sachin of our team was promoting one product. Most of the company will go and they'll talk about the supply chain. In pharmaceutical, supply chain is very important, especially when you have a product that requires cold chain to be maintained, right? And fortunately, unfortunately, we have our client in pharmaceutical who knows more than you, right? Unlike other industry. Whatever said and done, people will know, even if you are maintaining, the cold chain from the factory to your warehouse, but ultimately when it comes from your warehouse to maybe the chemist shop, there are instances, and the possibilities wherein the chain may not be maintained, right? The cold chain may not be maintained. And we invented a process wherein the live sensing, there was a sensor on the pack, and this says that, if any point in time the temperature has crossed or gone up the threshold limit, this marker will become red, right? And we as the marketeer used to go and show that to our doctors. So this was the kind of the processes that we had built, and people were respecting us. And that's where the Sachin type of the people were delivering this value. Now, coming back to the third point, where we will, maybe at this point in time, in the earlier time when we had manual, the tracking of the temperature or whatever, even the ice that we used to put in the ice box was melting out of the sympathy. But ultimately what you did, when you build the processes, probably you are building or you are enhancing your reputations. The third part is obviously the purpose. And purpose is the North Star, that is the guiding principle for your trust and reputations. If I have to narrate the current organizations, as a founder of Growth Magnet, our purpose is to provide world-class marketing expertise to emerging pharma businesses. But we are not stopping there. We are actually working with them to implement this. So we are going one step further. So idea here is how you will leverage your people, your processes, and you have a right purpose in the place to build your brand's reputations. And that is very important. And just to summarize, I would say here that people deliver your promise, processes protects your promise, and obviously the purposes defines your promise. And if you maintain all these, this builds your reputations. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Holistic discussion. So I'm going to just ask a few questions and then open it up to the audience for questions that they may have. So Satinder, I want to begin with you, though you're sitting right in the center of the 5 people. Your reputation precedes you. I've actually, when Preeti shared Satinder's name, I said, oh my God, I've known Satinder when she was in ICICI Bank at Nariman Point. Yeah, she was just so reliable. You ever had a problem? Those days there was no technology at all. We had to go to a manager to, seek to help us solve our problems. And I coincidentally met her exactly a year ago in London at a wedding, where she says, "Aren't you Renu?" And I said, "Aren't you Satinder?" So it's uncanny how we meet again. So it's very apparent. I've also dealt with you, and also the way you shared your learnings of the past. You are known as a consummate customer service excellence professional, having embraced and implemented technology. Otherwise, there's only one side. What keeps you so inspired and motivated? I'm sure all the audience also wants to know that.
Okay, that's like many years back when we were doing things individually as a person,
But it doesn't change, People don't change so much.
Yeah, but then after that, there is scale, there is technology, and that's exactly what I was talking about. But what really keeps me inspired is that, even a small action or a right action or a positive action on the customer service front, it has a very large impact. Because it has a ripple effect now when we're talking about scale and things like that. The other thing is that technology has made many things easier. So whenever it becomes easy for the customer or the teams, both have a very large multiple effect. And of course, on a personal basis, I love solving problems. So, it's just a habit that if I get a problem, and I need to solve it and put things in place. But the other piece, that one last bit that I will just add here is that a customer is an individual and the customer is dealing with an organization which is really huge and large. It's very powerful. So the balance is tilted. It's not a, it's tilted towards the organization. So there needs more to be done for the customer to somewhere, try to bring about a balance. And that's been my approach. Thanks for asking this question.
Thank you. Alessandra, I wanted to just hear your because, India also has a lot of family businesses, or you have the multinational companies here, or you have the government. What is your view on the success of family businesses in Italy? It would be great because these same family businesses really run the economy of the country, as well as they've made an impact internationally on the global field as well. So we'd love to hear your insights on that.
Yeah, I think family business, the attitude is different. You look for sure at the long term. You look at leaving something valuable to the next generations. So there is a sense, there is an attitude to long-term business. And that's why also they are very good at growing brands because they don't take shortcuts. And it's something that I'm working a lot because Italy and India are very similar in that. And Italy's family businesses just are a bit older, just past a couple of generations more. India is going through the next gen right now in multiple cases, which is what Italy did a couple of generations back. And that's how Italy built brands, and that's why I'm so much focused on fashion, but not only fashion, on everything, on how we have to teach the family businesses to build brands. Nowadays, there is a tendency in India of the young generation to go away from the main business of the family business.
They're all setting up family offices.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or starting new startups and things, which is a bit of a pity. So even that, bringing that passion and attention, because it's really the attention, what we have always been saying, the attitude and attention to details to always do better and to the long term. That's family business looks at long term. That's the main difference. You don't have a CEO that looks at his bonuses or at growing the values of the shares. They look at longevity.
Okay. And one more question, because I want to ask everybody this question. I believe soft skills are important for success. I think we've all heard the same thing in different fields. How does one translate this into a process?
That's difficult. I think it's a bit the opposite. So processes are fundamentals in growing a company, but soft skills nowadays are very important because tech is there and we keep on learning, and that's another soft skill to keep on learning because tech keeps on evolving, especially in India, and that's one of the pillars on which I based all our storytelling is soft skills, which is not only communication skills, but is ability to work in groups from multiple cultures. It's about managing groups, managing meetings, managing panels. These are all soft skills that in an age of technology become more and more important because the process, the hard skills are made by machines more and more. But that human touch that always looks the improvement and the human touch comes with the soft skills.
Thank you. Aditya, you have led by example through innovation at the same time driving excellence. You pioneered the fund administration industry. How did you manage this? And I love your point on reliability and repeatability for long-term sustainability of business. Could you first tell us about how did you pioneer this fund administration industry? Because that's very critical for governance and a lot of other factors.
So okay, I switched to talk to save power. So for me, it was baptism by fire, I would say. I wanted to go and explore what was happening outside, and that therefore landed up in the Caribbean into this industry and worked in this industry for a number of years. And while 9/11 was unfortunate to many people around the world, for me it became a boon. Because had I stayed there longer, I would have ended up in the regular rigmarole of getting a green card and then settling down there. And I could see that after that 9/11, there were not even enough resources in the western part of the world to do fund administration, and I knew it had to move somewhere. And I could always think that we have people, but the technology wasn't as good as I thought. And I come here and I realize that leased lines are already there. People are making BPO calls, and as much as I learned domain in the West, I learned processes in India. And that's a very, it's very hard for many people to accept that, at least during those times, that you could learn from India. I actually started looking into the aviation sector, which I believe is a great process industry education house. Wherever in the world you go, the way of disembarking passengers is the same, the way of cleaning the honeypot is the same, the way of fueling the aircraft is the same. So I got inspired by that, and at that time, the demand had and the cost control was there so much that I think I was kind of ordained and there at the right time, and maybe I had the vision. Sometimes, you know, cosmic tells you to do something, and when your receiver connects to the cosmic, that magic happens. And I'm here 21 years later, and when I came into the country, there wasn't a concept of fund administration at all, although nobody has given me a title as such, but I would like to, I would have been the first one to talk about fund administration, so much so that when I went to SEBI and I said, you need to regulate this, they looked at me as if I had come from the Mars.
Thank you. Ashish, GCCs, thank you for enlightening us a little more about GCCs and GBS. I believe today GCCs, I mean, I know GE really paved the way for GCCs in India, if I'm right, but GCCs' strategic importance today, a departure from the past. Earlier they only focused on cost reduction, at least that's what we carried in our heads. How does one enhance the perception of GCCs? A lot of work has been done, but I'd like to hear from you because you've been part of that journey, as they are playing a more crucial role in innovation, technological transformation, strategic value creation for global organizations.
Well, thank you for that question. Well, I think the industry is continuing to evolve. GCCs are now a proven management model or global delivery model that has been proven. There are newer and newer companies. I mean, any of the IT services companies today, whether it's TCS or Wipro or Accenture, every one of them now has a GCC practice leader, and these leaders are now beginning to sell internally to us here in India, rather than just go to our parent or group companies back in the US or anywhere else. I think, as an industry, we are continuing to evolve how we add value back, how do we continue to sustain the innovation, how do we continue to work with the government to continue to invest and improve infrastructure. We need high quality and high quantity of talent, and we are continuing to invest in our people and build them. We're also building a lot of the domain knowledge. So, finance was easy enough. I mean, the country had a lot of financial services going on. We knew how to do it. We had people who were professionals who we could bring in and train them on trading or equities or fixed income. Although fixed income we still don't do a lot in India, but we were able to train people, and that was easy enough. We were able to train engineers. as we begin to do more on healthcare, as we begin to do more on pharmaceuticals, the way we do this in the Western world is very different from how we do it here. So again, we've got to build that domain knowledge. So I think continuing to invest in our people, continuing to invest in our infrastructure, and the industry has worked very well together to build a brand. On my phone right now, I think I have a WhatsApp group of the leaders in Pune, and I think there's more than 30 or 35, leaders across Citibank to Mastercard or, Harman Kardon or Volkswagen. These are great companies and they have lots and lots of talent, and we do coordinate, talk to each other, and try to advance how we can continue to talk to the rest of the world and also back to our people here. My request to people in the government or who are making policy would be to make it a little easier for us to reach out and work with them. The latest request on our WhatsApp group was, how do we reach out to someone so we can get the airport in Pune coming up pretty quickly? When it's a little bit of a pain to have people come to Bombay and then, be on that highway. So those are small things that, we wish we could find it easier to work with and, get things done. But I think just continuing to invest and then continuing to focus on quality is going to be paramount.
Because India is using this as a great opportunity to attract investments. But I also do feel it's important that one creates, enhances the image of for attracting good talent. I think there is a question mark there. A lot of people want to join consulting firms. They do a lot of intelligent work, like you mentioned. People want to join consulting firms. First today, people want to join startups, or they want to join banks, they want to join FMCG companies. I don't know, maybe I'm a little out of it, but I think some branding and creating good reputation for these jobs would go a long way in attracting investment and attracting good talent. I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I mean, there's a little bit of shift that's happening in the industry. FMCG and consulting used to be really cool, not so sure anymore. If you look at all the large consultants, they've become systems integrators, and they're doing a lot of projects with us, trying to just do what we call digital transformation or AI or whatever else. If you look at the stats over the last, last year, GCCs have hired 10 times that of IT services companies. I don't think consultants are getting that much, and most of the consultants are actually doing process work and doing systems integration back with us. Could we do more with branding? Perhaps. But I think we've built a silent reputation of being very good employers. Pay is better, work-life balance is better, training and investment is better.
The important part is the work-life balance, because they feel that's a challenge. Yeah.
It's terrific. In my office, we do 3-2, and people can figure out how they want to work. So we are constantly innovating. We are experimenting with how we can do things differently. And I think that brand is strong. We should continue to invest. It's not something we can never let it rest, but we will, any ideas welcome, please, but we would love to continue to invest in that.
Yeah, Alessandro, you'd like to add something?
Yeah, I can totally vouch for what he was saying. Nowadays, students prefer to join the GCCs for these reasons.
Oh, really?
Balance,
oh, that's good.
Pay is higher, and the ambience of the work is much better than in the consulting companies, and consulting companies are hiring less and less. And firing. So they prefer GCCs to do that. I also agree with the branding. I have all the big consulting that, as a president of the chamber, they're asking me to promote the image abroad, because people don't know the kind of work, the quality of the work that they do. People still think about cost cutting, and that's it.
It's not about that, because there's a lot of good work happening with good turnaround times, etc. For you, we often think of reputation as a function of marketing or product quality. I actually don't believe in that. I think the entire organization is involved in that. But today we want to explore how it goes much deeper. So from your experience in leading a pharmaceutical company and advising others through your growth magnet, how do you see reputation being built or lost through people, processes, and purpose, like you spoke about. So I kept this for the last, so there was a gap. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for this question. And I think reputation is one thing we are chasing everywhere, in our personal life, corporate world, and everywhere. How important is reputations until unless we put some number behind this? Probably, we will not understand that. At least I do not understand. So if you are increasing 1% your customer retention rate, it increases your firm value by 6 to 7%. This is huge. And if you are increasing 5%, the customer retention rate, your profitability goes up 25%, depending on the industry and products that you have. So point here is how reputation is impacting overall ecosystem, maybe in our personal life or maybe in the corporate life. Basically, our discussion is around the product and services we are marketing or providing with. And if you see, because of the bad reputation, if your customer has left, has deserted you, acquiring new customer is 5 to 25 times costlier than the customer retention. So what do you do then? And the truth is that if 96% of the time, unhappy customer will not come and tell you what was the reason. But he will definitely tell others, right? And when they talk to others, it is basically 9 to 15 people. So this is huge impact. So the whole idea is like how you maintain or build your reputations. And reputations, as I said, is not only from the product or quality per se. It is from 360 degree. This is also built from the people, the way they deal, they communicate, they behave, and obviously the kind of processes you have built, and obviously you must have a purpose, what you do and why you do. And everything is aligned, and I'm sure there is the good reputation and that works in a longer run. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra. So I just want to, say that I believe high touch, high ethics, human capital is very important for a brand and its reputation. And I'd like to leave that people are the brand custodians of a brand. It's not the marketing or your corporate affairs or your PR department. And the service is a result of ethical behavior. So therefore, I think it's very important to build governance around culture, character, and continuous development. So I think for all of us in this room, brand and reputation are closely interlinked. And we are very happy, the panel is very happy to take some questions because we have another 10 minutes for questions. Am I right? Could you please give us your name and the company? Thank you.
My name is, are you able to hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I am Sanjay Das. I come from the engineering industry for many years, followed by service industry, and now after retirement into academics and teaching, management. The basic three concepts which Mr. Seshadri talked about, quality, repeatability, and reliability, are the tenets of service management dating back to about 50 years ago. So, yeah. So, fine. If that can be cloned into customer relationship, that's a good thing. Now, one of the things that come to light is that when we talk about reputation, this is the voice of the management speaking about reputation. On the other hand, for many of the service industries, when I ask them, can you share your complaints history? Is there a forum? Is there a board? Is there a storyboard where the complaints are shared? Nobody has it. And you will find that they'll say that we have this app and that app, and you can pay your bills in 5 different ways. You can ask for a new connection in 10 different ways, but you can't make a complaint in 2 different ways. So there are terrible restrictions in the way you can lodge a complaint, the way it will be heard. And also the fact is the way it will be responded to in terms of intent, content, and style. Is there a way? I see a lot of room for most of the organizations to do a lot more than what they are doing now in terms of making public complaints information and making complaints or making public ATR, action taken report, and what happened. On that front, a thing like what the government has done in terms of RTI is perhaps also necessary for the private sector. That's what I'm leaving before this panel.
Okay, thank you. Somebody may want to just highlight this, but I know banking has a very robust system for customer grievances, and the boards have an oversight over it, RBI, then you have Ombudsman. Maybe you could throw some light on it. I think it's quite orderly, and even in the, I would say in the hotel industry, there is a complaint management system and data is available. There is the voice of customers recorded. There are listening posts to consolidate all the complaints and compliments. It's not just complaints.
I'm referring to how much of that gets reported to the shareholder in the annual reports.
There is a need to report investor grievances of listed companies. So it is given in statistical format, number of complaints received and number of complaints given. I'll also like to add how the government is functioning these days, since I have had the opportunities to work with the government also. Clearly, the CP Grams website or any of these websites have a way of registering your grievances. The social media handles have a way of registering your grievances. And in fact, पहले जो कहा जाता था सरकार कहा सुनती है, अब सरकार सुन भी रही है और उसका उत्तर भी मिल रहा है. So a standing example of that is the CP Grams website. Another example I see is 100. You dial 100, you get a response. There, it is not published, but certainly CP Grams gives the dashboard information.
Okay, Satindra, I'd like you to share.
10 seconds only. So, the Reserve Bank of India has their publication, which has the number of complaints, etc. But on the website, and as well as they circulate, it's all available. But however, what Sir said, question that I'm understanding.
What I'm trying to get at, there are specific categories who are well dealt with, the investors, the shareholders' grievances, all right, or the bankers. But what about the common consumers of the service, like for instance, telephone services, delivery services, all right, or product complaint services? Those companies, leave aside the banking sector.
Regulated.
Okay, what about those
very
companies?
Robust, yeah. I think in hotel services also, there is a very robust process. But yes, across the board, definitely there is scope for improvement. Thank you.
So at least I can vouch.
Okay. So thank you. I'm so sorry we have no time for any questions, as I've been instructed, because we've gone our session.
I'll just like to add, ma'am, Sir has a lot of merit in what he says. I've worked for HDFC Bank for 15 years, one of the best banks. You'll have to believe, even today after having left HDFC Bank for 5 years, I get calls from all India saying, I need your help, I need your help. Of course, the person doesn't know that I'm no longer part of the bank. So there is a mechanism. It's just not this bank, every other bank, every other bank. So important is to know who this person reports to. You'll be surprised in most cases, customer in this department reports to compliance. What orientation you would expect him to have? Am I right, sir? So the
should not be shouldn't be reporting to compliance.
No.
Yeah.
So then the reporting, annual report, everything is disclosed. There is something called TAT. So we look at it from the TAT angle. Has it been closed? From the bank's perspective, yes, it's been asked the customer. Just the point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take that offline because she needs to close the session. Thank you.
Because the other,
Thank
the
you
next
very
session,
much.
The speaker is ready. Yeah. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful session. I'm not getting, it has been summarized so well by all of you that I'm not really getting into a summary. So thank you so much. We can please call upon the chairman, Sitaram Kunte sir, to present the mementos for our guests here, the panelists. Renu ma'am. This session is a fireside chat, boardroom perspectives. So this is a candid conversation on boardroom leadership and reputation management. So we have our moderator, Dr. Divya Jaitley. We have the pleasure of introducing. We have a keynote speaker, Mr. Arun Raste, also with us.
Well, you've heard the introduction, and as we are humbled, it is my privilege here to welcome Arun here with me on this fireside chat. It is the first time that we are meeting in an offline world, but I'm very privileged and excited to learn not just from his wisdom, but also to share some expert nuggets with all of you. Arun, welcome.
Thanks a lot. I know you for last, 24 hours, and it has been a real pleasure having that banter with you on WhatsApp.
Exactly. So from e-world or e-connect world to the real world. Well, today our topic, and I'm going to set some context here because I want to strictly talk about reputation management, my dear friends. Reputation matters and a boardroom perspective. And this is what our fireside chat is going to be on. I know we are a little fag end in the day, but we're going to make it very exciting for whoever is giving us company here. And also invigorating and also a little bit full of life and laughter. So, a timeless and a very relevant topic today. Reputation does matter. I think I've been struggling for the past decade, Arun, to gain this insight and to influence a lot of mindsets at the board level. Of course, a lot of baby boomers sitting there who try and negate this whole reputation matters at the boardroom level, but we are trying to make a difference. Thanks to IOD for giving us this platform. Kuntesa is here, Preeti is here, and they've been at it because these topics need to be at the forefront rather than just governance or just risk or just audit. Wouldn't you agree?
100%. And if you lose trust, you have nothing, you have no business. And no business to be on the boards also.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to request my colleagues to increase the volume of Arun because he's going to just, in way of conversation, say many things which are going to be very helpful for us in our lives. So listen to it carefully. In my opinion, my dear friends, reputation is not just a communication strategy at the board level. I think it's a strategic asset that we need to leverage. What could it do to us? How we could benefit? How we face crisis when we go through troubled waters, how we navigate challenging times and conversations. So let's dive right into it. Arun, how did you acquire or hone your leadership skills? Let's begin there.
That's the easy one, because if you're a trekker or a mountaineer, or if you're a sports person, these things automatically comes to you. I used to play hockey, and in olden days, I don't know how many of you have played hockey, but there are 5 people in front. They are called forwards. Then there are 3 in the center half and left half and right half, and there are 2 backs, and there is a goalkeeper. I used to be a center half. The center half is somebody who is looking at all the people around you. So when you're attacking, possibly you are going in front and supporting your attack, and when you are defending, you come back and support your defenders. So one person who has the whole view is, one is the goalkeeper because he's looking everybody in front, and second is the center half. And when you are a center half, you are defending, you are attacking. At the end of the day, probably you are the most tired person, but then you have played your part in every single thing under the sun. And it automatically gives you a freedom to roam around. So, I'm blessed in the sense that I don't have siblings. So I had that freedom to roam around on the field, at home, everywhere. And then automatically that translates into telling people, okay, you do this or you do that. That's one. The second bit, a leader needs to be resilient. And when you're trekking or when you're mountaineering, after every probably kilometer or after every 200 feet ascent, you feel tired. And then whosoever is with you needs to assure you, no, it's just 300 feet more. That resilience comes from adversity. And that adversity teaches you two things. One, you need to be resilient. And second, you need to take people along. And that also hones your leadership skill. It also tells you at times, and I failed, at least twice I failed, I couldn't climb the peak. And also teaches you that failures doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if one peak you cannot climb, maybe tomorrow you'll climb another peak. So failures don't matter. You need to fight back. You need to climb again. So that's something which possibly in my teens I learned and which has helped me very well throughout my corporate journey.
Fantastic. I think what also comes to my mind is that you not just excelled at a team sport, but you also excelled at an individual sport, right?
Yeah.
So that acquired a lot of skill sets to be a good leader. Yeah. Now, as a good leader, how do you protect the reputation of the board?
Well, normally a board is a collective of people, right? And it's not the individual who impacts the board as much as probably somebody who is a consensus builder. It's not necessarily a chairman or MD or a particular board member or a particular committee member who drives the agendas of the committee, but somebody who is a consensus builder who listens. And there's a difference between hearing, there's a subtle difference between hearing and listening. Somebody who listens and take people along can help build the reputation of a board. There are two or three things which normally happen in a board environment. There are some routine agendas, but there are some agendas which possibly could be in context of particular board or particular meeting. There might be occasions when the board wants to take on the management, and there are some adversarial roles at times between the board and the management. How do you take both the sides along with you is something which possibly determines how the board reputation is maintained. Because, whatever happens in the board gets translated into decisions, and those decisions impact not only the management, but it also impacts your business decisions. It also impacts your stakeholders. It also impacts the reputation of the company outside the boardroom. And therefore, building a consensus, coming to a decision, and then ensuring that even somebody who is not with you for that particular decision buys into it is something which is important. And that has been my role so far in the boards.
I truly appreciate, to the point, very crisp answers and lots of key takeaways. Now, help me understand, how has this role changed in the past decade? Because there has been a very rapid evolution in the last few years or recent years. How do you see that shift?
See, there are two things which have happened in the last decade or so in terms of any board for that matter. One, thanks to social media, anything or whatever you do has a lot of more visibility as compared to the earlier years. Earlier it was very simple. You have one annual report, 200 pages. Whatever you do gets confined into those 200 pages and nobody is going to listen to it or nobody is going to read into it, or it's very difficult to find out something which is a peculiar decision which you would have taken but you are sure that nobody is going to notice it. But now, thanks to social media, there is so much transparency and there is so much scrutiny that boards need to be careful about what they do. That's number one. So that has changed big time. I'll give you some examples. I think about 11 years ago, a particular plane crashed, MH140, Malaysian Airlines. That is the most, 370, sorry, my apologies. That's the most scrutinized case. Now the Malaysian board, the airline board, they went into Kakung. For the simple reason, the Malaysian government told them, you should not speak about it. We will speak about it. And nobody spoke about it. They just sent a terse press release saying that probably our plane has crashed somewhere in the Indian Ocean and all the people on board have died. And that message went to the passengers. Now, it was sort of a very inhuman thing to do for a board or a management to do. Against that, just in this Jan, some 67 people died in US American airline plane crashed with a Air Force plane, helicopter near DC. 67 people died. That is the second highest number of casualties after 9/11. Now, what is the reaction there? First thing, the president came. The President Trump, he spoke about it. The board said, yeah, we are with president and whatever he said. First thing is, we own it. We are very sorry. We are hurt. And that is something which they conveyed to the, not only to the passengers, but all the people, those Air Force 3 people also. So we apologize. If there is a mistake, we apologize. We will get into it. We will find out what this fault was. So owning up is something which in last 10 years, the boards have started taking up, not only domestically, but even internationally. But it is not only in 10 years. I think quite a few people here would have used Body Shop products. Now, Anita Roddick in 1976, when she formed Body Shop, and which was taken over by L'Oreal, and it changed many hands. But Body Shop has done one wonderful thing for boards and transparency, and which has been accentuated by the social media now. She said, whether good or bad, whatever it is, we will come out and we will tell our stakeholders. What helped Body Shop is to win the trust of all the stakeholders. Somebody like me who has never used Body Shop probably knew Body Shop much before I went to UK. For the simple reason that she had built trust in the board. She had built the trust in the company. So as a board member, when your endeavor is to go out and build trust among your stakeholders, automatically your reputation goes beyond whatever you're doing. The best example in India is the whole of Tatas. Now, it is not that Tata didn't have mishaps. They had that case about Ulfa. They had some case in, Chilka Lakes. But everything got under the carpet. Because Tatas have maintained such a pristine reputation outside that such mishaps never get the publicity which some other corporates would have got. So board, there are 3 things which possibly have changed. One is, the scrutiny. Second is accountability, thanks to the Cadbury Committee and the regulators, the accountability which have been prescribed. Like you need to have 12 pages of your corporate social responsibility in your annual report or any kind of reporting that you need to do. So second is reporting to government or to the regulators. That is the second thing which has changed. And third thing, there are some indexes which have, since we are sitting in BSE, if you're raising money, if you're a good company, there are indexes which have come in. So you also get to go out and raise funds if you're reputed. So that's something which has changed last decade or so.
I like that you shared so many examples and use cases that we have. Especially in social media time, you mentioned about it. With misinformation, we are actually building the reputation at the drop of a hat or probably, acquiring it, building credibility. Unfortunately, a lot of companies and boards that I come across, they believe that releasing a press release or a press conference or just giving a statement which is positive and affirmative is actually building the reputation, but it's not. So I want you to tell me that in a world where we have so much of fake information, how do we battle the social media backlash?
Social media is, Hindi mein there is a word called Dudhari Talwar. Social media is a boon, at the same time, it's a big devil also. Now, it's a boon when everything is working for you. But it becomes a devil when, somebody catches a whiff that you are trying to hide something. And, Hindi there is a saying, "Fate mein pair dalna." Kuch fata hua usme pair dal ke aur thoda faadna, that is a human tendency. And social media does exactly that. If somebody gets a whiff that what you are doing is wrong, there will be 10 people going and poking into it. So the first thing, as a board or as a MD or as a chairman, you need to do, if something is wrong, please own it, address it, accept it. There is nothing better on social media than accepting. And it gets, it dies very fast if you accept or if you own. But the moment you try to deny, there will be 10 people poking into it and trying to figure out something else. And unrelated things will come back to you. And it will be kept alive on social media just because you have lied. So please be transparent, take ownership, be trustworthy. That's the only thing.
So in times of crisis, let's say a board has hit a reputation crisis, who should be the voice, in your opinion and experience?
Well, it cannot be the typical PR person or at the PR agency who could be the voice.
Right.
If there is a mishap, somebody needs to own it. And the people at large, they expect the company management or the company chairman to come and own it. Now, there is nothing below your, great chairman's pedestal to come to media and say that, okay, we own up, or we are apologize, or we are sorry. There's no harm. Because at the end of the day, if something has been screwed up, it has been screwed up. You need to own it. Number two, when you are owning up, it is also necessary to assure that we have failed and we will get into the causes and we will rectify it and we will try to ensure that this doesn't repeat. Because people also want assurance. Like this Malaysian airline or American airline case, trust is a big factor. If tomorrow everybody says, "Arey, Malaysian airline ke plane gir jate hain," nobody is going to fly that airline, right? Or American airline. They need to assure the customers that, okay, this particular plane has fallen down. We will ensure that our maintenance will be proper. We will figure out what the cause was, and we will come out and we will tell you why this fell down. But we will ensure that henceforth our flights will be safe. So that is something which has to come from top, right at top. It cannot be the PR person.
Interesting. Very often they just palm it off to the comms agencies like us, and they say handle the crisis, and that's where we say no, it has to be an ownership and accountability. We can guide you, support you, but we can't really become the voice of your organization.
Correct.
Let me ask all the audience here, and I think it'll make it very interactive. How many of you feel that silence is golden when it comes to reputational crisis in an organization at the board level? Show of hands. It's quite a controversial. Only one person feels that silence is golden. What is your take on this? Sometimes, because there's a thin line of difference between openness and overexposure, Arun. Yeah. How do we decide as directors or as organizations that, where is that thin line?
See, there are two things. One is man-made, some decisions which have been taken, which while being taken, we know that we are in wrong. And then when we get caught, it is better to be silent, right? Like, suppose if I was, chairman of Union Carbide in 1984,
right?
I would have kept quiet because I know Bhopal tragedy has happened and everybody is going to grill me, right? Even if I own it up, nobody is going to accept it. It's better to keep quiet, right? But if I know that it is not because of my fault that something has gone wrong, I need to come out and speak about it. So it is situational, it is contextual. It's very rarely that silence helps, but most of the times you need to come out and speak about it. Even if it is at the cost of your own ego, please do it. That's something which we need to do.
And I think that's where leaders need to also, of course, manage their egos as well as have a lot of empathy. How many years you'll think that it's going to take to have that kind of leadership at the board level across industries?
This is not something which is taught at the board or taught at the B school. Right. It comes right, it is ingrained in your family values, it is in your own personal ethics. When you're a child, when your mother or father teaches you, it's ingrained in your blood. So it depends on the whole society. When they come to board, if you have your own ethics, if you own your value system, it need not be taught by anybody.
I couldn't agree more. Very well said. There has to be that perfect alignment between your values, your integrity, and the organizational. So, have you, in your vast experience, come across any case study or any example where you felt that, okay, the crisis happened, the organization got hit severely, but they took these one or two steps to rebuild their reputation, and which was commendable from your perspective?
I think we are following Chatham House rules here. What I say here doesn't go out, right?
Yes, strictly confidential.
Yeah. So I worked for Kotak, and everybody knows about 2008, we had the financial crisis. At that point of time, there were a lot of organizations who were firing people left, right, and center. I'm very proud to say, and I worked with Uday personally, I'm very proud to say this, that Kotak never fired everybody. We just transferred people from one business to other. People were underemployed for some point of time. They were not fully engaged or fully employed, but we didn't fire people. That is something. So, when you have empathy for your own people, people own your organization. And I don't know, about 5 years ago, when Uday left his executive role, all his one-downs were with him for last 15, 20, 25 years. And they were with him because he had empathy. And that is one major quality which an organization or a board or MD can have for their own people.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I assure you that this stays in the room. What happens at IOD stays at IOD. Okay. Your view on the role of transparency and communication specific to these two attributes at the board level by the leaders, by the CEO to protect the reputation.
See, transparency is something which, there are two kinds of organizations. One is need to know basis, I will tell you, right? Because the law stipulates, I will tell you. Because the regulator stipulates, I will tell you. Because I don't want to tell it to my competitor, I will not tell you XYZ. That's fine. There are certain things which are commercial, secrets or, formulas which you don't have to go and tell about, right? But everything other than that. Okay, so again, coming back to Kotak, and we had a Kotak leadership team. And one of the suggestions in that Kotak leadership, that group of 40, we said, why don't you give our salaries out? Let people outside know that Uday Kotak draws less salary. As a shareholder, he would draw his dividend. That is a different thing.
Right.
But as a MD, his salary and his performance-based incentive is less than some 3 people in the organization. That will be a big, unique selling point for us. That is something which we did. Right? So what we need to go out and tell people also helps you draw. Like this helped our HR, going out and saying that there are 3 people who are drawing more money in a particular year than Uday Kotak himself, was a big draw for our HR to get people. That if you are in Kotak, if you perform, you are free to get your money. Right? So transparency, to the extent it is not in conflict with your commercial interest, is to be followed to the T.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Would you like to share any one of your personal experiences when you're meeting with the board, or any anecdote that stayed in your mind over the past few years, or the recent board meetings? I know you've been a part of it, without taking any names, of course.
Unfortunately, I won't say anything which is very recent, but when I was very, very young, and it is somewhere very close to this building called Bombay House, I used to work for ACC Cement, and Doyen of Indian industry, Nani Palkhiwala, was our chairman. And I had just joined in the month of April. And we wrote his speech. And my boss was the vice president, was on leave for some reason. So Nani called his secretary, her name was Gulnaz. So she said, a young boy has joined and send him to me. And I used to sit in Cement House at the church gate. And I came to Bombay House, I met with him. And he asked me certain things about it, and then he corrected whatever he did. And this gentleman, who was around 75 years old at that point of time, he was Indian ambassador to US before that, he was almost being considered for being the president of this country. This gentleman, when I was leaving, he gets up from his seat, comes to the gate to see me off. The second time I went again I was there. I was with him. Whatever I had written, he corrected that. He asked me, do you want to have some pastries? I said, Nikki or pooch pooch, kha liya pastry. And then having that pastry and tea, I took some 15 minutes more than my allocated time. And when I come out, I see 2 gentlemen sitting, waiting for Nani. And who are these 2 gentlemen? Kishore Chaukar and Ratan Tata. Wow. Now that is humility, that is something on the board level, that is something which you don't see now. That's the humility which the House of Tatas used to have. I don't know whether they have it now because it's almost 20 years that I left, but that is something which is imbibed. You need to be humble, you need to have humility wherever you reach, whatever you do.
Thank you so much for sharing such a valuable learning from your life. So what I did was, of course, we spoke about reputation matters at the boardroom, but I also wanted to know more about Arun and make a rapid fire round so that we all get a little intrigued and insightful into him as a personality, both professionally and personally. So here it goes, my dear friends. What is tougher, building trust or maintaining it?
Of course, maintaining. Because building, when you are building, possibly there is some leeway, you might slip, but still you are building. It's like, you are reaching the peak. Once you're on peak, it's always downfall. Maintaining on the peak is something very difficult, so maintaining trust.
Well said. Who is number one leader you admire, past or present?
That's a difficult one. Okay, Nani Palkewala. He's a jurist, business leader, as a human being, all the three put together.
One professional achievement you are proud of in your entire career span?
Well, at this ripe old age, I just submitted my doctoral thesis, and I should be a doctor next month.
Congratulations. Is it harder to say no to a bad opportunity or yes to a risky one?
Harder to say no
to a bad opportunity or yes to a risky one?
Oh, it's easy to say no to a bad opportunity.
Okay, you would
Harder
rather
to
take
say.
the risk. Okay. Beverage choice, coffee, tea, fresh juice?
Green tea.
Your go-to comfort food?
If it is Indian, it's those, possibly idli or dokla.
Okay. Mountains or beaches, your travel destination?
Well, I used to be a mountaineer, of course.
Mountains, okay. One thing people would be surprised to learn about you. Of course, we've got to know the sports side of your personality, but what is that one more thing that is going to be interesting for us?
Well, I studied on state in my formative years in North India. Never studied Marathi, my mother tongue. But when I wrote my first article and when it got published, it was in Marathi.
What a switch. If your boardroom leadership had a tagline, what would it be?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
It could be a song as well.
I'm a Kansen, not a Tansen, but conscience and consensus.
Oh, interesting. Can you repeat it one more time for our audience?
Conscience and consensus.
Excellent. And what is your personal quote or philosophy you live by?
Well, the greatest leader which Maharashtra has produced was Shivaji, and his teacher was Ramdas, Samarth Ramdas he is called. And he had taught something. And he said, if you meet a gentleman, be gentle with him. But if you meet a thug, be a Mahatug.
Jaise ko taisa.
Exactly.
Okay, your advice to all the emerging leaders, corporate directors, CEOs sitting out there with us today?
Not an advice, it's a life lesson. Be transparent, be open. Everybody makes mistake. Never be afraid of mistakes. Because mistakes teach you two things. One, you can always come back. It's like, if you put a ball down, it always bounces back. So you have the opportunity to bounce back. But your reputation is supreme. If your boss or if your neighbor, it's again from my childhood or when I was coming into teens, my dad had told me, you need to maintain your reputation, one at your workplace and one at your neighborhood. So I asked him, why these two places? So he says, tomorrow if you are to get married, the girl side will come and ask only in these two places, right? Your neighborhood and your workplace, how is it, right? Same way, for the young people, please ensure that you don't have to maskafy your boss, right? But what you need to maintain is, if something you want to do, and if you have something you have done, knowingly if you have flopped, please own up. That's it. Nobody is going to hang you. No corporate leader can hang you for anything.
Excellent, thank you, Arun. Any advice for me?
Keep smiling and please, Commander Saab ko thoda spare kar dijiye.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up, just 1 minute to go to the time that allotted to me. I hope I've been able to bring out a lot of, nuggets of wisdom from Arun, not just professionally, but also personally. And let's remember, in a world of instant visibility and rising expectations, reputation, in my opinion, isn't built in statements. It's built in actions. So let's mitigate that gap. Let's be the doers. Let's lead by example. And let's keep smiling, like Arun said, making a difference bit by bit, small baby steps. We don't have to do huge leaps. For that, we have IOD as the platform. So thank you for the opportunity, IOD, and thank you, Arun, for being my guest here on the Fireside Chat. Thank you, audience, for your patience. Thank you.
The next session, the next fireside chat session is institutionalizing reputation within. And for that we have as our moderator Mr. Neeraj Jha, and we also have Mr. Vishal Salvi, who is one of the speakers.
Now, we've had a very fruitful day. We've discussed reputation from every angle. We've looked at every dimension, and it's proven beyond doubt that Maharashtra is what it is because it's managed to institutionalize reputation. We heard different views. Every view we didn't necessarily have to agree with, but that is perhaps the essence of good interaction. So we'll go back home thinking that we've learned something, and we can carry our differences of opinion. Now, what better backdrop than this? When I say this, Maharashtra, Mumbai, and Bombay Stock Exchange combination, to have to explore institutionalizing reputation within. It couldn't have gotten better than this. And no better a person than, Vishal to, shed light on this. I and Vishal have worked together for years in HDFC Bank. Fought many reputation battles. He was a chief information security officer, very, very critical role, and I was the chief communications officer. And these two functions worked together and worked in tandem, combined well, and we reported to the same boss. The reason why I said it, we had a best structure. My boss, Paresh Suptankar, who was the risk head, every risk merged at his level. His risk, my reputation risk, every risk, market risk. So we had a ball, doing this. Thank you so much, Vishal, for taking time and being here. So it will have two parts again. We'll have questions for Vishal, and we'll have, of course, in the end, fireside, which will have a little more, tricky questions, Vishal, for you. And I'm sure you'll handle that as you've handled the other reputation risks in the past. So my first question is, hold on. My memory is not as good as it was earlier. What makes Maharashtra so different? There is something about this place. It's so welcoming, it's rewarding, and it's fair, as I mentioned in my speech earlier. There's something. I'm a complete outsider when I came here 3 decades back. It embraced me, and I'm not the only one. There'll be millions of people who will have such stories to share. What is so special about Maharashtra?
First of all, a very good afternoon, evening to all of you, and thank you, IOD, for inviting me here. In fact, before I even answer that question, I think the fights that Neeraj and I used to have in HDFC Bank was very classical, because the topic of today's conference is about reputation, and today cybersecurity is one of the important issues of cybersecurity is how do you protect reputation of your organization, because a cybersecurity attack, more than the damage it creates to your organization in terms of loss, actually it creates a multiple effect on the reputation of your organization. So most of the controls that you implement are more to protect your reputation than to actually protect your loss. But I think the challenges that and the dilemmas and the fights that we used to have is in terms of how do you respond to a cybersecurity crisis, him being in corporate communications and me being the CISO. And in good old days, the tension really was in terms of who is going to be in front of the media and who is going to respond to questions. And Neeraj used to always put me in, and I used to say, Neeraj, you should go and do that. So I think that's been many years back, but today I think it's, we talked about it even in the previous fireside chat. I think it's very important that the person who's actually owning and having the accountability needs to come in front of the people so that there is authenticity and transparency in terms of how that communication is managed. Now, coming to your question on Maharashtra, obviously the disclaimer is that, I'm a true blue Maharashtrian. born and bred Mumbaikar from Konkan region, so my views will be very biased. But having said that, I'll still risk a response. I think, first thing is that, the city of Mumbai, it's called the maximum city, and it's amazing the number of different lifestyles and lives that are lived every single day here. But it's truly a place of opportunity, and it's a magnet to the rest of the country, right? People come from all parts of the world. More so what's happened is that even in my native land, which is Ganpatipule, Konkan, we are now seeing North people coming in and actually taking that as their home. So clearly, apart from that, when you talk about the financial capital, the infrastructure, the land of opportunity, and therefore access to so much of different manpower, all of that obviously are going in for a city like Maharashtra or a state like Maharashtra. But I think more than that, the whole ecosystem that has got created. Of course, when I say all the positives, there are lots of things that needs to happen more. Now, clearly, when I moved to Pune and I came from Pune, and the fact that we have an alternative option through Atal Setu is a great thing, right? And now we're talking about the missing link coming in, and traveling between Pune, it's going to be twin cities, right? Where people can coexist and work in any of the places. So infrastructure is playing a very important role in the growth, and I think that contributes towards the reputation of the state. But I think the last thing I wanted to say is that when I was growing up, and my dad and mom both used to work in Reserve Bank of India, and all my friends, we took it for granted. But when I look at it, I realized that we had people from Gujarat, people from South India, people from North India, and we were all friends, and we never really, even for a moment, imagined that they were actually from some other place and I was a local, right? The feeling was that we were all together, and we could communicate and we can talk together, and that's the beauty of the city, that people come and they have taken this as the base, and they can, call it their home. I've lived in other cities in the country. It's not the same.
So rightly put, Vishal, there's something, I keep saying this in lighter vein at home, that, I've got 2 kids. My son's got a Gujarati girlfriend. I always wanted one of my kids to have a Marathi, spouse. I don't know. I've still got chance. My daughter is small. So there's something about this place, there's something about the culture, there's something about, I'll share some of my own reflections, in the last 30 years that I've been here. I've not seen 2 people fighting on street. I've not seen younger boys ogling at girls. I come from, North India, perhaps even Bihar में भी वो नहीं करते हैं, बिहार में कुछ और करते हैं. लेकिन ये हमने यहाँ आज तक नहीं देखा है. There's something, got to be something about this place, right? Culture, I don't know. So, thank you, and very nicely put, Vishal. Now, you've been a student of reputation, right? You're with HDFC Bank and Infosys. Now you're a custodian. You're sitting on that chair at Quick Heal. What has changed in terms of your outlook towards reputation? Crisis, does it give you sleepless nights? I'm sure earlier it used to give us sleepless nights, but have those nights been more now, longer? What has changed?
I think, of course, I worked largely in multinational organizations. When we talk about Standard Chartered, you talk about HDFC Bank, you talk about PwC, you talk about Infosys. They're very large organizations, right? And so in the last, before coming into Quick Heal, I thought my core competence was about working in large organization and driving large transformation, talking about 300,000, 350,000 employees and driving the change across that. And a change like building a cybersecurity infrastructure or a cybersecurity culture. And you also remember the amount of change that we built in HDFC Bank, in the 8 years that I was there, in terms of, along with the team, to building that right culture. So clearly, from all accounts, joining Quick Heal was a risk, because it's a smaller organization. and I never worked in that kind of a setup. So it was about really looking at what do you do, and for me it was all about, trying to take an Indian institution and get in all the learnings and experience of working in multinational organizations and using that to scale an Indian organization to global standards, right? Now, Quick Heal, of course, is a very well-known brand and therefore has a good reputation in terms of what it stands for when it comes to protecting organizations against the cyber crimes and cyber threats. And it's number one cyber security brand in the country when it comes to consumer, right? My mandate is to really take it to the enterprises by putting the Securite brand, which is the Quick Heal enterprise brand, to the same standard as we have done for consumers. So clearly, it's a mandate to put in all the knowledge of building a brand and understanding the reputation of this organization and putting it here, right? So I don't think there has been a sense of anxiety or sleepless nights or anything. It's a pure process of translating those lessons into a strategy which you need to then double down and execute. And that's been the process since the time I'm here.
Bulk of the credit of institutionalizing this security, cyber security infrastructure and culture lies with Vishal Salvi. He may not say this. I've been witness. Even today, somebody's here from the bank to correct me, the same protocols, architectures, processes, and consciousness we follow in the bank, and I'm proud to say that it's one of the best in the country, perhaps even in the world. So take a bow, Vishal. Here, help us understand, I have a view on, when I say institutionalize, help us understand your view. Now, when you say, how do you institutionalize something like a reputation? My belief is that it starts right from the top, right? There were disconnects in the morning when I didn't, push my point a little harder. What is your sense? It has to start from the top.
I'm in a conference talking about reputation. Most of the time I talk about cybersecurity. So it's a very unfamiliar topic to me. But I think when I look at it from my lens, really, whether you talk about brand, whether you talk about culture, and finally, how these two together translate into how the stakeholder perceive you is your reputation, okay? And so, it builds over a period of time, and it depends on the small things and the big things that you do as an organization for the values that you stand for, okay? And clearly, over a period of time, the stakeholders perceive you in a certain way. And that creates a reputation, whether you as an individual in terms of what you stand for, or you as an organization what you stand for. And so, you have to understand the process of the value system and how the organization fights for that value system. I've seen that very, very closely at Infosys, and right from how Narayan Murthy and all the founders stood for those value systems, and they have been gone. They have gone for many years, and that value system has remained intact. No matter how much new blood comes in, it just cannot change that value system. And that's the most fascinating observation that I have when I worked in an institution like Infosys, right? Now, something similar, of course, when you look at HDFC Bank or you look at Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered, of course, is a global bank, but while headquartered in UK, is an emerging countries banks in Middle East, India, and Africa. And so it has to have a culture which comes from those British standards, but has to be imbibed by the Asian organization. And so therefore, the amount of effort the organization spends in building that culture was amazing, right? And because you are constantly doing and investing in your people and that culture and that values, it becomes the reputation that people see. So I don't think there's a very clear, solid answer, but I think it's a combination of all of these together, I guess, which creates a reputation for our organization.
Now that you're in the chair, you have every power. Other than the board, you don't report to anybody else. Do a lot of things that you may have wanted to do earlier, but didn't pass, the boss's muster. Anything that you would have different here in Quick Heal in terms of institutionalizing this?
No, I think it's the same thing, right? I think it's when I took this job as a CEO, of course, it's a completely different role, because till the time I was either a business leader or a practitioner, and seeing it from that point of view. So one of the promises that I made is that, have a deep empathy towards what your shareholders, what your stakeholders, what your employees would want, and then try and conduct yourself with that lens, so that, that empathy comes in very clearly. I've also promised myself that I'll not change me as an individual and change my style just because I become a CEO, because, it has taken me where it is based on what I have lived as values. But I think, when you start looking at from this vantage point, there are obviously a broader set of elements that you have to look at when you take decisions, right? And I think one of the most profound lessons for me has been the amount of power that you have when you come in this role, and the amount of change that you can drive is just amazing. So it is obviously a significant responsibility, but I think it's extremely powerful. And so the ability to be able to drive a significant change in the ecosystem, is just fascinating for me.
Is it documented? No, I'm not specifically talking about your company, from your experience. Is it documented? Is there a document, that kind of covers reputation in its entirety, in your experience?
I think it is...
Institutionalizing cannot happen unless you document it, right? It can't be left alone. Everybody is a brand ambassador and you be responsible. Somebody will have to be made responsible, and it starts from here.
I think it's, the closest document that I can talk about is code of conduct. Every organization has a code of conduct. And so that defines the parameter in which the company will conduct itself, right? And it is very clearly there. And the second is about how much committed you are towards enforcing that code of conduct. One of the things that we have done in Quick Heal is also created a culture code. And culture code is about looking at how do you want to define the parameters for your employees, because a lot of times, organizations struggle to get everybody together in terms of defining the culture, whether it is in terms of empowerment, whether it is in terms of transparency, whether it is in terms of openness, whether it is in terms of accountability. All of those things need to be understood well in organization. And so for a consistent implementation and understanding, we have developed a culture code. So I guess it's a combination of these documents which translates into how you eventually want to be perceived and what your reputation should be.
Okay. From here, when you go back, is there anything that you'll take back and say, no, this is something that I should have done, now I'll do? Institutionalizing it. In my opinion, it's not as institutionalized as we seem to claim. Across companies, I'm saying. I'm not just talking about one company, across the company. It's good. Lip service is good. When you say institutionalize, you'll have to actually document somewhere. You'll have to make somebody, or appoint somebody who will be responsible for this. I gave an example of a CFO. Now today, we have a CXO for each major role, vertical, right? So when I say that, I mean this. Is there anything that you'll consider to make your friend happy?
So Neeraj, what I would say is that I've been blessed and lucky to have worked in the organization that I just talked about, okay? So I really don't know organizations who have double standards, where they say something and do something else. I've heard them, but I have not seen it in action, right? So this is what I've known. And as I said, I've been blessed and lucky that I've been part of these institutions. So I know how hard it is and how difficult it is to maintain that path where you do not sway from what you have written and committed to your stakeholders. And it's always a dilemma. It's very easy to break it and find an easy path. But I know that these organizations, it is just impossible. And if anybody is found doing it, there is zero tolerance to it. Absolute zero tolerance. And one of the organizations we have worked together, right? So I think that's really what it is. It's about creating the culture where there is zero tolerance and everybody understands that to the T, where there is no benefit for being ignorant about that to anybody. If you're ignorant, you will face the consequences.
Yeah, so I wasn't surprised when you said I didn't have to make too much of a change in yourself, because I've seen you. There's nothing that you perhaps needed to change. On a scale of 10, allow me one more question to stay with Quick Hill. On a scale of 10 on reputation consciousness, how would you rate your company vis-a-vis? Don't worry, vis-a-vis is a tricky question. On Quick Hill, from on a scale of 10 now and when you joined.
See, I won't want to give you a score, okay, but I think what I would say is that, it's been now 30 years that the company is around. It's the first Indian cybersecurity startup, the first original cybersecurity startup, right? Founded by two brothers in Pune, and they have stood the test of time because there is significant amount of consolidation which has happened in the antivirus industry. There have been global players who tried to come here and try to dominate. Quick Heal is still #1 antivirus player in the country for the last 30 years, and it has got 50% market share, right? So that talks about the reputation that we have as an organization, and we wouldn't be where we are if, and 30 years is a very long time. In technology industry, it's an extremely long time. Yeah. So that's what I would say. I don't want to hazard a score for this one right now.
No, that's absolutely perfect. I hope we are under time. कि time से ज़्यादा ले लिया. तो अभी rapid fire करें, है ना? Rapid fire. Where is your reputation at greater risk, home or workplace?
So the way I would answer it is that, your reputation will always be at risk if you are a cowboy or you are not clear about what you are trying to do, right? Whether it is at work or at home. I only know that you really have to screw it very bad to actually lose a reputation either ways, right? So I think it is equal. I would say that at home they would be more forgiving than what you will be at office. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that answers my second question, which would have been, who's the tougher boss? Your spouse or board?
So I don't think anybody would have a disagreement here. It's a spouse.
No, you can have disagreement. This is not going live. This is not being streamed live.
No, I don't want to please her, but it is a fact. It's a spouse.
Wonderful. What is harder to decode, malware or Mumbai traffic?
I would want to say that I have kind of decoded both of that. I'll tell you, because of course this is what we do, so we know about malware reverse engineering and how to treat malware and how to protect computers against malware. That's what I've done all my life. But I think having traveled and being a traveler job for so many years, we've kind of cracked the code of traffic also, right? I travel 30 kilometers every single day, even while I'm in Pune, but traffic is not something which bothers me. So I guess I've kind of decoded both.
Wonderful.
I don't know whether that is the answer you're looking for.
Wonderful. The first one, I have always been Vishal's student, and whatever little I have learned, I've learned from him. The second one, there is a case that I should enroll into your school. Hold on. One rumor about you that was completely false, but you wish it were true.
Okay, so when I was joining Quick Heal, and I had resigned from Infosys, in the cybersecurity world, there were many rumors as to where I was joining, but nobody knew except for me.
Some I also heard.
So I wish some of them were true, because then I would have loved taking those jobs as well.
I hope this is going live. What is the biggest reputational crisis you faced at home? Burnt toast or forgotten anniversary?
So, and this is a true story, okay? I don't think I've had a crisis at home the way you have defined it. So, I guess I'm doing okay. But we've been together, married for last 29 years and known each other before that for around 10 years. So, it's all sorted, right?
Yeah, that's the people give credit to. That we talk about, we don't get tired of talking about Tata model, and this is another Tata model at home, at work. What is the biggest, I ask you, if your reputation were a software, would you call it antivirus, firewall, or autocorrect?
So I think because I'm in the business of cybersecurity, I would call it armor.
Okay. What's your go-to line when caught in a sticky situation? Let's take this offline, or this is above my pay grade.
So I'm assuming you're asking from in a corporate situation where you're in a sticky situation. I think if you are accountable for the outcomes of that situation, I don't think you should wish it away. Either both of the answers or anything else would be brushing it under the carpet. I think you should take it head on and deal with that situation, figure out a way to solve it, and because you need to take accountability of that.
Correct. And in the morning, the first half, I had to hear this, we'll take it offline. Thakur sahab ne bola, lekin nahi liya offline unhone. What is your go-to line, I ask you? If you were not a cyber security or reputation building, you're not, what would you be? And no, you can't say cricketer.
So I have a very creative bend of mind. So in fact, whatever I do, even in my current day job, I bring in a lot of creativity. So if I was not in cybersecurity, then I think I would be in some field of art, because I like to draw, paint, and all that.
Yeah, you paint. I know this. Yeah. Wonderful. The most reputation risky WhatsApp group you're part of? Alumni, school, friends, or family?
Neither of the ones you mentioned, but I guess it will be more the professional group, because you can't post anything wrong over there, your reputation would be at stake. So I think the professional group, and we have lots of them in our WhatsApp group, so you have where we share a lot of information, especially in cybersecurity world. Breaches are happening every time, so you are constantly talking about those. So you have to be very careful in terms of what you post there.
Absolutely. One, very senior fellow lost his job in Trump's administration recently for having added one journalist. I don't know how it happens. It happened, Ashish, with you, right? You posted something on the group, but that was not that risky. It happens with all of us. Wrong group, wrong group. Finish the sentence. Reputation is like?
I think reputation is everything. In fact, whatever we do in our personal capacity or in your career, finally, your reputation is what takes you where you eventually land up, right? And so I think reputation is everything.
Wonderfully answered. What's the one thing you do that instantly restores your reputation at work or at home, besides saying sorry?
So I think in my mind, it is very difficult to get your reputation back if you have lost it instantaneously. It's just impossible, right? I think you will have it takes, first of all, a lot of time and effort to build a reputation. But if you lost it, you will take still equal amount of time to get it back. There is no insta gratification as far as reputation is concerned.
No, you're bang on. We keep talking about Tata Group and everything. So they've had a history of 120 years. And pardon my saying this, with every due respect to the group, they've also had glitches. They've also had, bad times. But I'm saying it's like a fixed deposit. Reputation is like your fixed deposit, or maybe a recurring deposit, right? You keep on adding every month. So they have such a huge deposit. So even if it depletes by 2-3%, because of the base effect, it doesn't impact them. Had it been any other group, it would have suffered badly. So that's my opinion. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you, Vishal, for the wonderful answers. And I hope, we didn't do badly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So invite Preeti Arora, who is the Chief General Manager of IOD Mumbai.
Thank you very much. As we approach the close of what has been truly enriching and thought-provoking day, it is my honor to deliver the closing address for the Institute of Directors Western Regions Conference on Governance and Growth through Reputation Insights from Maharashtra. Throughout the day, we explored reputation not as a passive outcome, but as a strategic enabler of governance, growth, and resilience. We examined how the strength of reputation, whether in government, finance, industry, or public disclosure, shapes credibility, influences investment, and ultimately creates long-term value. We began this morning by hearing from senior administrators and leaders who have steered Maharashtra through complexity and reform. Their insights reminded us that governance built on trust can transform regions and institutions alike. From enabling infrastructure to empowering communities, their stories were testament to the power of ethical public leadership. In our first session, we privileged to hear from Sitaram Kunte, Dr. Prashant Nanaware, Mr. Neeraj Jha, Mr. Kamla K, Ms. Kamla K, Mr. V.S. Sundaresan, and our chief guest, Mr. P. Velarasu, each of whom brought unique insights on how public policy and state-led reputation building can inspire confidence and attract investment. The second plenary session took us into the world of financial institutions and regulators, where trust is not optional, it is foundational. We heard from Mr. Gautam Thakur, Mr. Mrugang Paranspe, Ms. Chitra Sringare, and Ms. Swati Date, and Mr. Avinash Jha, who underscored the evolving nature of financial governance. They reminded us that regulatory compliance, digital transparency, and leadership integrity must go hand in hand. It was clear that in today's environment, trust and accountability are as vital as capital and innovation. Post-lunch, our conversations shifted to the customer-facing dimension of reputation. The third session, brilliantly moderated by Ms. Renu Basu, featured insights from Mr. Alessandro Gulani, CAAV Sheshadrinathan, Ms. Satindra Kaur, Mr. Shailendra Tripathi, and Mr. Ashish Das. From branding to legacy building, from experience to ethics, the panel shared how today's most admired enterprises are those that align purpose with process, people with performance. This panel left us with a powerful reminder: reputation is not just what you communicate, it's what you constantly deliver. Our fourth plenary session, a fireside chat moderated by Dr. Divya Jetli, featured by Mr. Arun Raste, whose extensive leadership across sectors and his deep reflections on crisis communication and ethical leadership gave us much to consider. He reminded us that reputation management begins long before a crisis and must be stewarded daily in boardrooms, communication strategies, and stakeholder engagements. It was well driven by Dr. Divya Jetli. In our final plenary session, Mr. Neeraj Jha returned as moderator to engage with Mr. Vishal Salvi, a stalwart in cybersecurity and digital governance. Their conversation focused on institutionalizing reputation not as a PR function, but as a governance imperative. With increasing digital exposure and ESG scrutiny, organizations must now anticipate, assess, and actively mitigate reputational risk. Key themes and takeaways. Across all sessions, several common threads emerged. Allow me to highlight a few key takeaways, what we should carry forward, what should be a takeaway. Reputation is strategic, not cosmetic. It must be owned at the leadership level and embedded into organizational culture and governance. Trust is the most valuable currency, more enduring than quarterly metrics or campaign optics. It is built in consistency and lost in a moment. Regulators and financial institutions must balance innovation with integrity. Regulation is not an obstacle, but a safeguard of trust. Reputation must span all touch points: digital, operational, cultural, and societal. From brand storytelling to employee advocacy, every action contributes to the narrative. Last but not the least, reputation, once institutionalized, becomes self-sustaining. It attracts talent, investors, customers, and policy goodwill. On behalf of the Institute of Directors, Mumbai, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to our all eminent speakers and panelists for generously sharing your time, ideas, and experiences. You have helped us elevate the discourse on reputation from theory to action. Our moderators who curated and guided rich conversations, bringing clarity to complex issues. As we close this chapter, let me leave you with a few forward-looking reflections. The world we operate in today is more transparent, more connected, and more demanding than ever before. Reputation has become a living currency created, traded, and even lost in real world. For leaders, the question is no longer whether reputation matters. The question is, are we deliberately shaping or leaving it to chance? Are we building institutions that people trust, that partners seek out, and that future generations will be proud to inherit? I believe the conversations we have had today are not the conclusion, but the beginning of more intentional, reputation-led leadership. Let us take these insights back to our boardrooms, our businesses, our public offices, and our communities. Let us lead with integrity. Let us act with foresight. Let us remember that the most enduring legacy we leave behind is not just profit or policy, but trust. Thank you once again for being with us today. We look forward to staying engaged with each of you as we continue our journey of strengthening governance and building reputational capital for Maharashtra, for India, and for the future. Have a wonderful evening ahead, and a special thanks to Mr. Neeraj Jha, and thank you for all the partners. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now I request Sharad to give the formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on this truly enriching day, it is my privilege and honor to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of Institute of Directors, Western Region. We have come together today to explore a powerful theme, governance and growth through reputation. And I must say, the quality of insights and engagement has far exceeded expectations. Every session today was a reminder that reputation is no longer a byproduct of good governance, it is the foundation of it. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, moderators, and panelists who made today's dialogue meaningful. You brought to the table a deep knowledge, practical insights, rich cross-sectorial experience. Your contribution gave this theme a real substance and relevance. From government leaders and regulators to the business pioneers and governance experts, each of you has inspired us to think differently and more strategically about the role of reputation in public policies, financial systems, enterprise innovation, and boardroom accountability. A sincere thank you to our strategic partner, Neeraj Jha, Brand Reputation and Advisory, Platinum Partner, Union Bank of India, our venue partner, Bombay Stock Exchange, our silver partner, NCDEX, ABM Knowledgeware, Saraswat Bank, associate partner, BoardPack, supporting partner, ICSI Western Region. Your partnership and your support were instrumental in bringing this event to life in a world-class setting. To our delegates, thank you for being such an engaged and thoughtful audience. Your questions, observations, and presence reinforced the importance of this dialogue. Your commitment to responsible leadership, governance make this community stronger. To our behind-the-scenes teams, the IOD staff, volunteers, AV crew, and coordinators who made this event look effortless. But we know the hard work that went into every minute of it. So thank you. As we conclude, let us remember reputation is built one decision at a time in boardrooms, on the balance sheet, and in how we treat stakeholders every day. Let us leave from here not just with inspiration, but with an intent. Let us champion trust, transparency, and ethical leadership, not just in thought, but in action. Thank you once again for your time, your presence, and your continued support to Institute of Directors. We look forward to welcoming you again at our future programs and conferences. Have a safe journey home and a wonderful evening. Thank you. Thank you.